Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Hi, Grumpy. How are you doing? For the first that gif is crazy. Oh, welcome, welcome. How are you guys? We're back with stream. The one stream pause. So how are you doing, Grumpy? By the way, we're gonna like eat breakfast together because I was able like to prepare it at least beforehand. And then when I was sitting here and had like the 5 minute time, I was like, oh, this is perfect. Like, I'm just gonna eat my breakfast. Like, then the timer is gone, like, everything's fine. And then I looked into the camera and noticed, like, I didn't put any makeup on. So I put like the bare minimum on, but still sort of subtracted from my 5 minutes. Did you say we're back off cream? No, no, no. I said cream. But mm, so it is just bread with butter, like melted butter and salt. You know. Hi, Ellie. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you guys are here. I don't need to sit alone. Very thankful. Butter without Nutella. mm. So, I think I'm pretty fine. Like, I think I'm pretty good. I think the sort of like this realization that my therapy is like over is like, I don't know, it's like fine. I don't know, like thankfully, like I guess what really comes in clutch here is that I don't have much like people always like phrase that with like object permanence. So but what I mean is essentially like once I don't see a person anymore, I low-key forget about them because I have like so many things to do in my life. So it's just like, you know, like if you want to take part in my life, I'm like that's amazing. That's awesome. I love it. And definitely you're going to be included in like everything, right? But like once you decide you don't want to take part in my life anymore, um it's like it's not like I have the time to cry after you a lot. Like I just like with all the hobbies and ideas I have, like the creative stuff I do, it's just really like, oh right, right. It was the last day of therapy last week. True, 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 true. That happened. And then I like, yeah, I'm not really bothered by it because I just don't. I just yeah, you know what I mean? Like it's just like I don't see you anymore. Like there's nothing really reminding me. uh yeah, exactly. Like it's not I don't know. I get I don't I don't know. I guess like I don't know. I always feel like mean when I say this because I feel like there's sort of an expectation that you're like gonna miss people like so bad. And I just sort of like don't. But on the other hand, I do miss some people. Like for example, my sisters, I do miss them. Like I would love to spend more time with them. But it's not like I'm gonna like cry without them, you know what I mean? Like it's missing without like desperation, if that makes sense. Ooh, Marxy Kerbory. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. And hi Chu, by the way. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Also in chat. That's a very normal German thing too. Like, is that so? Like, have you guys never eaten like just like bread with like melted, like you know, like toasted bread, and then you put the butter on and it melts, and then you just put like salt on it? It's good. I don't know. Hi, Talon. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, I don't know. For example, like yeah, also Zach, like Zach, if I'm like with my family, like I'm definitely like gonna miss him because it's just like when I have people who've sort of been in my routine, then I'm gonna miss them for sure. What is cinnamon butter? Oh, like can you buy that somewhere? Is it just butter with cinnamon? What if one of your sisters stick in your stream with a random user sneak in, just enjoy the vibes? I mean, I would love to think that, but I don't think so. Like, I don't think like they hate to stream or anything, like no, but it's just like they are also like me. Like they have too many hobbies to find the time for, really. Mm. Also school. Like I don't think they're even home yet. So but yeah, I wouldn't expect them to do that. Mm. So I feel like that would be a thing too, which like a Zeg would really love. So how does it like specifically work? Like you just like you get a piece of bread, you put butter on it. Like does the butter like melt? Like do you toast a piece of bread beforehand or do you don't? And like how much butter do you put on there? Like is there sort of like a minimum amount which is necessary to make this like taste nice? And then you just put like the cinnamon. Do you also like do you put cinnamon sugar or like literally only cinnamon? Mm. So to my first sister, I guess you could say. It's 5 years, and to the second one, it's 8. Mm. It's like the sisters are like, right, you don't know my family situation. Mm. They are my like half sisters, if you were to say it like that. Like they're from my mom, but not from my dad. So it's like my mom got pregnant with like not my dad, but like with me and my dad. Not with no, that's also wrong. From my dad with me. Um, and then like there was like a whole situation. They divorced at some point finally. Thank you. And then she got together with my stepdad, and then they got like 2 more kids. Yeah, was a right little comparison. Cinnamon sprinkles. So it's definitely like it's not just like it's not even just sugar and cinnamon. It's like sprinkles. Like it's the. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, they're technically my half sisters. Yeah, but never really mattered. The only thing where it mattered, and I'm really thankful for that actually, that they didn't have to have contact with my dad.
あ、それパン入るんじゃない。
待てよ、2周目でそんな。
俺親なのにそりゃないだろ。
考えなしにドラちゃん捨てる方が悪い。
トラさんがそれを待ってたのなんか一目瞭然だったろうが。君たちは何のためにドンジャラやるんだ？ドンジャラとは人の顔色を読み、裏を読み、狡猾にかわし騙す高等な遊びのはずじゃないのか。それを待ってるもんをポイと捨てるわ。待ってるパイをじーっと睨むわ。そんなんでよく浮気調査なんかできるな。
あんたな、自分が浮気調査の一つもしてから言えよな。あんたのしてることといえば、真っ昼間からドンジャラするか、昼飯作るか、電話取るか。取らない時もあるだろ。
っていうか、俺たちのいない間に何でもかんでも引き受けるのやめてくれます？何でもありは何でも嫌なんであって、探偵じゃないんですよ。
そうだ！大体何なんだよ、この何でもありって名前は。昨日の死体運んでくれとか、なしだろ、どう考えても。俺が横から断んなきゃどうなってたか。
社名は3人で一晩中話し合って考えたんだろうが。
夜明けってなんか、なしなこともありなような気がしてくる、不思議な間が訪れますよね。一晩中話し合ったことが間違いだったんじゃないかと。
それにここ、あんた金持ってんだろ？レストランのまんまじゃねえかよ。入ってくる客の半分はレストランと間違えてるし。
っていうか、俺がやってた時客ほとんど来なかったのに、何でもありって看板の店、レストランだと思って入ってくる客のセンスが、俺には理解できない。
空張りの応接セットとか入れろ。
結局客はチラシ見て電話してくる連中がほとんどじゃないか。それに俺はこの店に1年通ったんで情が湧いたんだ。改装なんかしたくない。
中川さんの情けってほとんど意味のないところにかかりますよね。
とにかく仕事は選んでくれよ。俺たちにやれるのは家庭の雑用とか、せいぜい犬猫探しだ。アツシに浮気調査なんてできるわけねえだろ。タラッタラして浮気相手とトイレで出くわして写真で見た顔なもんだから、どっかで見た顔だっつってこいつこんにちはって挨拶しやがったんだぜ。
いいだろ、バレなかったんだから。お前だっていきなりなんてひでえ男だって依頼人の旦那に掴みかかりそうになって。
夕飯でも作るか。
俺ペペロンチーノ。
はあ、今日はオムレツの約束じゃなかった？
お前何言ってんの？
なんでよ。
ペペロンチーノ。
昔はもう少し仲のいい兄弟だったのに。今日も子犬が2匹。まあ片方は子犬にしちゃでかいが、中身が子犬だからな。楽しそうにじゃれている。22年間ああやってるらしいな。はあ、いつまでああしてる気なんだ、あの二人は。ピアニストの母親に厳しくピアノを仕込まれ、挙句に物にならないと言われてポイと捨てられ、やけを起こして書いたポップスが大ヒット。しかし1年前に俺をクズに貶める才能を耳にしてしまい、ポップス書きの仕事も放り出し、その遠因となった青年の作るまずいイタリア料理を食いに1年間、この場所にあったリストランテ柳瀬に通い詰め、挙句負け犬が3匹集まって何でも屋を始めた。うち2匹は、あの転がって喧嘩してる子犬たち、柳瀬敦と森田虎次郎だ。それが短いとも言い難い俺、中川幹彦の人生の要約。おそらくは全て。いつまでも子犬と遊んでていいのか、俺は。母親か、俺は。
ブレバサ
ブレイクウェイトに差がありすぎだろう。
時代は K1 なんだよ。
テーブルを片付けろ。いい加減プロレスごっこはやめなさい。
はい。
おお、やったー。ミキちゃんのペペロンチーノだ。
はあ、俺オムレツが良かったのにな。
いただきまーす。
トラさん、俺をミキちゃんと呼ぶのはいかがなものかといつも。
うんめえ。ミキちゃん、お母さんみたいだね。
俺オムレツが良かったな、お母さん。
女が必要だ。この殺伐とした空気、殺伐とした風景。
あんた、女嫌いじゃなかったのかよ。
そうですよ。地球上から一人残らずいなくなるがいいとか言ってたじゃないですか。
俺がお母さんと呼ばれるぐらいなら、地球上の俺以外の人間がみんなお母さんの方がマシだ。
あんたらまあ、どうしてそう、極端から極端へと。
俺が間違っていた。俺は女が欲しい。
そんな身も蓋もないことを。
今すぐここに、どんなんでもいいから女を連れてこい。
お呼びかしら。
お客さん？うわ、美人。
お呼びかしら。
お前じゃない。お前は俺の中で女に手にされない。飯を食うテーブルに座るな。
ああ、細かい。
相変わらずせこい男ね。坊や、
はい。
姿形は美しくありながらも、一番弱い人間を瞬時に見分ける肉食動物のようなこの女は一体。
よろしければ、ビールもどうぞ。
お前もまたそんな瞬間的に手下になるなよ。
缶から？まあ、いただくわ。ぬるいビール。しけた店ね。
そんな。
何？
いいえ、中川さんのお知り合いなんですか？
お知り合いも何も。
帰ってくれ。俺の半径1キロ以内に近づくな。弁護士を呼ぶぞ。
呼べば？まあ、相変わらずすべすべのほっぺ。やさぐれてるのにあっちこっちガキみたいよね。あんた昔っから。女を連れてこいって言った？今。だいたいあんたはね、そういうとこがダメ人間なのよ。
言われ尽くしたぞ。お前には、俺のダメなとこなんか死のうかと思うぐらいもう言われ尽くしてる。
いいから聞きなさい。
聞かない。
連れてこいって何？あんたはね、物事がすべて運ばれてくるものだと勘違いしてるのよ。恋も仕事も才能も何もかも、さあどうぞと目の前に置かれるものだと思い込んでる。大馬鹿なのよ。いい年して。
それ以上なんか言ったら、本当に死ぬぞ。
死になさいよ。別に後悔はないわ。大笑いしてあげる。母親にピアノをやらされた。母親にピアノを取り上げられた。頼まれたんでやってやった仕事を、どこかの天才に奪われたって。自分は一歩も動かずに、文句ばっかり。
俺、死んでもいい？
俺も死んでもいいかな。
クズ。そんなクズでも、曲を書いてた頃はそこそこいい仕事をしてたわ。一番になれないからやめる？どんなガキなのよ、あんた。いくつなのかしら？
自分で自分の作ったものがいいと思えないのに、他人に渡すぐらいなら。
今時ガキだってそんな甘えたこと言わないわ。拳で殴ってもいいわよね。
お前
やめてください。あんたね、殺さないでください。
あんたみたいなしょんべん臭い赤ん坊に、あんた呼ばわりされる覚えはないわ。礼儀を教えて差し上げるわよ、お嬢ちゃん。
話を話してください。あんまりうちの社長、いじめないでください。
どうした？推しが弱いぞ、トラさん。
俺は動物だから強い生き物には逆らえないんだ。
さてと、お嬢ちゃんと遊びに来たわけじゃないのよ、私。
待ってください。いきなり話と。
お嬢ちゃんはそこに倒れてな。何でもや始めたそうね、中川。
それがどうした？立派な仕事だぞ。
社長は電話番しかしてないけどね。
トラさん。
何でも引き受けるのよね。
恋人の浮気調査でも何でも？
だからそれはやらないって。
自分の女房が女に寝取られてることにも、かっさらわれるまでとうとう気づかなかった男が、浮気調査？笑わせないでよ。
もしかして、この人。
中川さんの？
最初の妻です。
二度目の妻を寝取ったという、この世の男の仇みたいな方ですね。
想像通りすぎる。
俺の人生の履歴書には、もう一つ項目があった。普段意図的に忘れているが、忘れられるはずもない。昔音大でのボンボンだった俺は、この女に見事にだまくらかされ、偽装結婚に付き合わされた挙句ポイと捨てられパート2。その上、アイドル歌手だった美しく可愛らしい二度目の妻を、この女にぶんどられたのだ。うまくいってるのか？
まあね。もうラブラブのラブで。だけど、ただ一つだけね。
なんだよ。
彼女はもともとストレートじゃない？男と付き合ったこともあれば、男と結婚してたこともある。できれば彼女と寝た男を一人一人、五寸刻みに刻んでやりたいわね。指先からとは言わないわ。
どこから
まさかそれが依頼なんじゃないだろうな。俺たちは殺し屋でも探偵でもないんだ。
ようやく気がついてくれたんですね、中川さん。
あんたみたいな男にそんなことができるなんて思ってないわよ。依頼はそのこととは全く別件。この詩に曲をつけなさい。
曲は作らない。
依頼人の言うことが聞けないの？
何と言われようと、二度と音楽はやらないんだ、カオル。
たく。わかった。じゃあ、この詩に合う曲を探しなさい。それが依頼よ。
待てよ、そんなことは。
作詞印税の半分を渡すわ。 私がその曲を気に入ればの話だけどね。
ずいぶん偉くなったもんだな、お前も。
新人が土下座して詩を書いてくださいってお願いに来る身分よ。でも、この詩は別。恋人に歌わせるために、彼女をイメージして作ったの。
それを中川さんに曲を作れってあんた、いやあなた様は一体何様なのでございますか？ひどすぎます。
私は水島薫様よ。覚えておきなさいな、お嬢ちゃん。
やらないぞ。俺たちはそんなミキちゃんがかわいそうな仕事を引き受けないぞ。
力の入った企画なの。条件は揃ってる。当たればあんたたちにも1000万ぐらいは入るわよ。
1000万？
待つんだ、トラさん。
顔周りの応接セット、最新通信機器。
事務所ごと改装すれば？レストランそのまんまのこれが事務所。あんたたち、こんなおままごと一生やってるつもりなの？笑わせないでよ。いい？あんたにしかできない仕事なんか確かにないわ。
この上何を言うつもりだ、この。いや、お姉様は。
そういう人間の方が圧倒的に多いのよ、本当は。仕事だって恋愛だって、かけがえがないなんてことはほとんどないのよ。あんたがいなくなればあんたの代わりに誰かが曲を書く。ここにあんたがいなくなれば、この子たちはどこか別の場所で別の誰かと働く。恋人と別れれば、恋人は違う男と付き合うでしょ。だからなんだって言うの？みんなあんたのために生まれてきたわけじゃないし、あんただって誰かのためだけに生まれてきたわけじゃない。そんでも生きていかなきゃならないのよ。それを受け入れなさい。もう大人のはずよ。これマイキン。次の金曜には取りに来るわ。今は何でもありの何でも嫌だって言うなら、せめてその仕事を全うしな。
待ってください。あなたは、確かに正しいことしか言ってないけど、でも。
弱虫さんの気持ちをちっとは考えろ。できないこの気持ちを思いやれ。
今のが一番効いたぞ、トラさん。
そうやって一生いられると思うならそうしてなさい。負け犬どもが。
前々から思ってたんだけど、なんでここ、最近韓国歌謡曲しか流れねえの？しかもなんか、このド演歌みてえな。
テレビは危険だから捨てただろ？予約の取れないリストランテだの、プロ野球だの、高校野球だの、ジャパニーズヒットチャートだのが流れて、俺たちを苦しめるじゃないか。
だからって、なんでこういう選択なの？
最近ラジオ入れると海の向こうの電波が入って、でもド演歌だから誰も傷つかないかなと思ってさ。
なんかすげえ、負け犬っぷりが板についてきたな、俺たちも。
何もかも薫のせいだ。
離婚して正解ですよ。
つかあんた、そもそもなんであんなどぎつい女と結婚しようと思ったんだよ。
美人だっただろうが。
あんた、ちょっと頭悪いよな。
野郎に惚れてるトラさんに言われたくないぞ、俺は。
でも、俺はまだあんたよりは人間を見る目があるぞ。
いや、そこで指さされると、俺も微妙な気持ちになってくるんだけど。まあ、嫌なことは忘れて。忘れたくてもここに札束が。
どうすんだよ、これ。100万円はあるぞ。
高橋良一という男がいる。そいつに頼むといい。それでこの仕事は解決だ。1000万でも2000万でも、もらえるならもらうといい。
どこのどなた様ですか？
作曲家か？聞いたような聞いたことないような。ネットで検索したら1万件ぐらいヒットしそうな平凡な名前だな。
そこそこしか売れてないが、一応名のある作曲家だ。俺に頼まれたと言え。貸しがある。
どんな？
飲んで吐いて、喉に詰まらせて死にかけてるところを助けてやった。
あんたがそんなこと？
ゲロまみれですがってきたから蹴ったんだ。そしたら喉に詰まってたもんが出た。俺は命の恩人だ。
あんたも大概な人間だよな。
こっちも味方しようという意欲が失われます。中川さんさ、どっからこの名刺引っ張り出したのか知らないけど、 本当にこんなとこにヒットチャートの上位にいるような作曲家が住んでると思うか？北千住も近いもんあるけど、じいさんとばあさんしかいないよ、この辺。
さっき外国人がいっぱいいただろうが。
はとバスから降りてきたのと、どう見てもマフィア風のと、俺人気映画の撮影してるのかと思ったよ。浅草ってたまに来ると意外にビビるね。
俺は好きだけどね。表通りは結構マンションも多いけど、こうやって裏入ると、時が止まってるにも程が。
こういう環境で書けるもんなの？ジャパニーズポップスって。黄ばんでるし、この名刺。中川さんが昔の仕事の人の名刺持ってたこと自体がなんか不思議だ。
また水島薫様みたいな生き物が出てくんのかな。全身イタリアブランドみたいな、どう見ても一般人じゃないみたいな。あれが元奥さんとはな。しかしあんなに取り目でしたミキちゃん、初めて見たな。いつもこう、何もやってもクソつまんねえみたいな顔してからに。
中川さんらしくなかったな。当たり前だよ。あんまりじゃないか、あの言い草。人間ってさ、もっとこう、いろんなことをごまかしながら慰め合って生きてるもんじゃないのかって、なんか言ってて情けなくなってきた。
うん、そうだよな。
どうしたんだよ、虎次郎。
最近、ちょっと考えててな。ああいうこと。
ああいうこと？
うん。それでも生きてかなきゃならないのよって言ったじゃん。あのおばさん。いやいや、お姉さんは
聞いてないって。
どこに盗聴器つけられてるか分かったもんじゃねえぞ。
そんで、その美しいお姉様の言ったことがどうしたんだよ。
親父とかさ、うちの、すっげえ愚痴の多い人間なのよ。酒屋になんて生まれて、大学も行かせてもらえないで、もっといろんな人生があったんじゃねえかって思いながら、結局何にもできなかったってさ。酒飲むと時々始まるわけ。うんざりすっけど、それでも生きてんだよ
な。なんてこと言うんだよ、お前。
そうじゃなくてさ。そんでも、ちゃんと働いてガキこさえて、毎日ちゃんと生きてるわけ。そこそこ女房子供大事にして、生きてるわけよ。汗水垂らしてな。俺生きてっかな。
虎次郎？
嘘ってさ、積もってって、いつか全部を嘘にしちまう気がする。
なんかあったのか？
なんもねえから。まあ、いっか。今はそんな話。この辺じゃねえか？台東区、西浅草。くっさ暑いな、浅草。もう秋だっつうのによ。
なんでだろうな。飲食店が多いからかもな。この辺だと思うけど、まさか、これ？
うわぁ、うちの酒屋もいい勝負だけど、この家。
クーラーないのかな？窓もドアもぶち抜いて、玄関先に反対が見えるんだけど。
あんたら、高橋さんの知り合い？今度夜中にピアノ弾いたら、叩き殺すぞっつっとけ。
この家のどこに
ピアノがあると？ま、ここには間違いないってことだよな。呼び鈴もねえし。高橋さん！高橋良一さん！
なんだ、借金取りか。借金取りなら走って逃げるぞ。
借金あんのかあんた。
さあ、今はあるんだかないんだか。
高橋良一さんですか？今、外から来ましたよね。その格好。
ハンサムだな。
言われてみれば端正な。お前、細かいこと気にならないんだな、虎次郎。武将髭も、捨ててこで外から帰ってきたことも。
風通しがいいんだこれ。用がないなら入らせてもらう。
その上、どうやら家人もいないのに、窓も戸も開けっぱなし。一体、この人は。
俺たち、何でもありのものっす。作曲の依頼に来たんですが。
今はダメ。ここんとこ美しいものとの出会いが足りない。やらないったらやらない。帰れ。
つうか、あんた自身が何とかしたらどうだ、その格好。せっかく色男なのに。
色男とは随分古い言い方するね、若いのに。気に入った。中で飲んだけ。
うまくコミュニケーションできない。虎次郎待ってんで、もう飲んでる場合か。
でもあんた酒弱いんだよな、高橋さ
いかにもそうだが酒は好きだ。誰から聞いた？
だから、最初からそこを問題にしてください、高橋良一さん。僕たちは、中川さんのご紹介で、あなたに作曲の依頼をしに来たものです。
中川幹彦。
よかった。覚えてらっしゃるんですね。
覚えてるも何も。いるのか中川はこの地球上に。生きてるのか。
ん。何を言ってんだよ、この色男はもう。
連れて行け、中川のところに。
暑いから首にしがみつかないでください。俺もう嫌だ。もうこの人たち。
うまいことラジオが入らん。なんだ、懐かしい。卒業公演で弾いた曲だ。癖のある弾き手だな。悪くはないな。まさか高橋良一か。
いやー、参った参った。
こんな運転が下手な人初めて見た。
あんた、俺たちのこと殺す気か？
本当だ。中川幹彦。生きていたのか。
誰が連れてこいと言った？
会いたかったよ、中川。
来るな！でかい図体で抱きつくな！
一体、
どういったご関係で？
離さないか！俺は、あんたにだけは会いたくなかったんだ。そもそもあんたさえいなければ、俺は仕事を辞めたりなんか。
もしかして、中川さんが言ってた、これ以外がみんなクズのこれって。
そうだよ。こんななりだが、こいつは、とんでもなく美しい曲を作る。だから俺は。
なんて人を連れてきちゃったんだ、俺。帰ってください、高橋さん、帰ってください。
どうして俺の目の前からいなくなった？
それは、音楽業界からということか。
なぜ消えた？
なぜって、どうして中川さんが音楽に限界を感じたか考えたら、そんな無神経なこと言えないはずです。
俺でも呆れる無神経の報酬だ。
分かってるさ。ちゃんと分かってるよ、中川。分かってるからずっと、お前を探していたんじゃないか。
分かっててよくあんたが俺を探せるな。
あれ？違うのかな？酒によって俺と一夜を共にしてしまったのが罰が悪くて、業界から姿を消したんだろ？いやー、悪い悪い。俺は酒癖が悪くて。よくあることなんだが、お前のことは忘れないよ。だから迎えに来たんだ。
バカなこと言うな！
だって、俺が新しいパンツで迫っても全然その気になれないって。
何やってんだよ、あっち！
朝起きたらすっぱだかで。なあ、すまなかったよ。実は全然覚えていないんだな。俺は、無体な真似はしなかったかな、ハニー。
待ってくれ。水をくれ、トラさん。俺は
落ち着けて！そんな時は早口言葉だ！
言えてないよ、もう。東京都特許許可局、農商務省特許局、日本銀行国家局。
そうだな。ウリウリがウリウリに来て、ウリウリの腰、ウリウリ帰る、ウリウリの声。よし。落ち着いて話そう。あれは違う。いいか思い出せ。飲んで、あんたが吐いたんだ。それで俺もあんたもひどいことになって、確かに俺の部屋で風呂に入った。こっちもいい加減疲れ果てて、そのまま倒れ込むみたいに寝ちまったんだ。まさかそれをあんたがそういう風に誤解してるとは。
恥ずかしがることはない。今時珍しくもない話だ。お前の二人の妻だって。
それはそうだな。なんで知ってる？
俺はそういうことには疎いが、あまりに有名な話だろ。中川幹彦の最初の妻と二度目の妻ができてしまったと。みんなあまりに気の毒なんでお前には言わずにいたのかな。
なぜあんたは気の毒だと思わなかったんだ？今！たった今！
あ、そうだな。すまん。どうもその俺は、あまりこういう話に向いてない。まあいいじゃないか。本当のことだ。
本当のことなら何を言ってもいいと？
世界中が、俺が女に女を取られたことというより、薫がゲイだとみんなが知ってるんならなんで偽装結婚なんか。
確定申告のためだろ？確かそう聞いたが。
そこまで知ってるのか？誰も彼もが。
なんかよくわかんないけど、音楽業界ってこんな人ばっかりなのか？ミキちゃんの元妻もあるだし。
虎次郎、それは多分音楽やってる他の皆様に失礼なんだと思うよ。この人たちはウルトラ社会不適合者だ。どう考えても。
よかったな、俺たち。特に芸術には向いてなくても。
思いやりという大切な心を忘れずに持って生まれてきたよ。お父さんお母さん、ありがとう。
そういうわけだ。何も恥じることはない。
俺は男として、人として少しは恥じていたい。
まあまあ、俺と行こう。人よの恋人よ。本当に忘れられなかったんだよ。
今少しも覚えてないと言っただろう、あんた。
まあ、そうなんだが。泣いていた。俺のこの腕の間で、非常そうな目をしたお前が身を震わせて泣いていた。忘れられなかった。それだけ。どうしても。
夢だ、そんなの。誰が泣くかいい年こいて。
泣いていたよ。
帰ってくれ。帰れ！あんたの顔だけは見たくない！
悲しませたいわけじゃない。今日は帰ろう。また来る！
二度と来るな！
何度でも来るさ。よかった。まだ地球にいてくれて。
曲を書く以外は何一つできない男だ。
誰がいくら積まれて、あの人に免許をやったんだ。
それより、中川さん、薫さんの依頼はどうするんですか？
そうだよ。二度と来るなとか言っちゃって。
君らがあいつのとこ行って書いてもらってこい。俺は本当に、さ
あんな勢いで飲んじゃって。実際、どうなんだ？ミキちゃんとあの色男との仲は。
微妙にショックだ。
そういえばお前、新しいパンツで迫ったってどういうことだよ！
いや、だからそれは、金借りた時にパンツで返せたら安く上がるかと。
お前さ、結構さ、そういう、なんつうの？モラルとかいうもんがさ。
昔、おかしな趣味の変質者に追い回されて泣いた時に、男の低層なんか使用後の便所髪以下だから気にするなって、兄貴に殴られたんだ。
どういう教育だよ。
でも中川さんは全くその気はないって、その時に。
そりゃあな、あんな大雑把な色男が好みじゃ、お前みたいなチェンチクレンお呼びじゃねえな。
はあ、お前ひどいよ、そんな。
なんでお前好みの方が良かったっていうのかよ。
君たち、もう一度俺に同じ説明をさせたいのか？
言い訳だろ。
酔っ払ってあの男と同金しただけでも人生最大の汚点なんだ。それを最大の汚点はどう考えても女に女を取られたことなんじゃ。
そうだよな。あんたさ、いっぺんちゃんとお祓いとかしてもらった方がいいぞ。けどよ、
俺は今日はもう帰る。
女も嫌い、男も嫌いで、どうすんだよ、こっから先の人生。
ほっとけ！一人で生きていくさ。
あややー、どこでちかー？子猫のあややちゃん？にゃーにゃー。生垣が顔に。
あややちゃん！おーい！ったく、動物の名前はいなくなった時に叫びながら探せるかどうか考えてつけろ。
軽くおかしい人だと思われて世間は遠巻き。猫はいないし。俺たちさ、今まで依頼受けて何件ちゃんとこなせたかな。
そうだな。風呂の掃除はなんか洗剤2つ使って死にそうになるし、
浮気調査は今のとこ10割成立してないし。
じいちゃんの話し相手とかばあちゃんの買い物とかはやれてるけどな。
でもあれも地元の顔見知りのじいちゃんばあちゃんだと思うと最後金もらう気になれないし、なんかこう根本が間違ってる気がしてきた。人として仕事としてほとんど人の役に立ってない。
ミキちゃんの暇つぶしに役立ってんだろ。あややー、どこー？
そういうこと言うなよ。役に立った時は嬉しいもんだし。
じゃあ役に立ってんじゃん。あややー！くそ。あの人さ、本当にもう音楽なんか触りたくもないのかな。
そう言ってただろ。
すげえ無理してんじゃねえのかな。
虎次郎は、どうしてそう思うんだ？最近、お前変だな。
何？俺が変？なんで？
なんでってそりゃ。あれ？うわ、もしかしてあややちゃん、顔舐めないで。
写真見た時から怪しいとは思ってたけど、犬だよな、どう見てもこれ。
あ、中川さんが受けたんだ、仕事。
ダメだな、こりゃ。
まあ、あやや飼い主に渡したら行こう。高橋さんとこ。中川さんが来なければ、依頼の内容も聞かないと言ってます。
行かない。
だだっこじゃねえんだからよ、社長。あの男が、家賃より高い屋根付き駐車場に置いてる会社で来るっていうのを、死ぬ気で止めたんだぞ。いい加減あんたもなんか働けよ。伝言を読むぞ。でっかい声で読んでやる。我が愛しの連れなき恋人よ。今頃君は何を見て、何を思っていることだろう。少しは僕のことも思い出してくれてるかな。僕は一日中君の。
やめろ、殺すぞ。わかった。もう、ちゃっと言って、パッと片付けてくるさ。
たく、すっかりペース崩されちゃって。
そんなことはない。
いいことだよ。
何がだ、ふざけるな。
一人で生きてくなんて、無理だよ、人には。
お前、結構いいこと言うね。
普通のことだろうが。
でも難しい人もいるよ。だけど、こういう曖昧な状況に高橋さんみたいな吹っ切れた人が現れると、事態は複雑化を極めるね。
そうか？簡単な話だと思うけどね。
そりゃお前にはさ。
俺は好きだよ、あの色男。わかりやすくて。愛だろう、愛。中川さんやお前は、微妙に目をそらしてるよな。
何が？
世界は、愛で回ってるのさ。
お前は。
しっかりしろ、アスシ。
だから何が？
最近おかしいのは、お前の方だよ。
なんだ、この全部開けっぱなしの家は。
ああ、中川。
来たぞ。あんたの言う通り俺が来た。金は払うからさっさと仕事しろ。
家が古くてクーラーがつかないんだそうだ。壁が落ちるんでね。まあ座れ。
聞いてんのか、あんたは人の話を。
座れよ。
たく。なんだよこの家は。ピアノを置いた床が抜けないのか？
昔の家の方が丈夫なんだそうだ。うるさいとよく怒られるがね。
金がないわけじゃないだろう。
車に金がかかる。
走ったり走らなかったりするクーパーのことか？
かわいい女だ。
なるほど。車も人もあんたにとっては一緒だってことだ。
そして音楽も。愛すべきものはみんな恋人だ。お、飲めよ。
ああまで弱いのになぜ飲む？
好きだからだ。
あんたは飲むな。俺はもうあんな目に遭うのは二度とごめんだ。
ベッドで優しい男はそんなに勝手じゃないと、この間見た映画で言ってたぞ。俺は勝手な男じゃないから、優しいはずだ。
頼むからまっすぐ話を受け取ってくれ。それに言っとくけど、あんたは十分すぎるほど勝手な男だ。
じゃあ優しくなかったと？
あんだけ泥酔して役に立つわけがないだろう。酔いつぶれていただけだ、お互い。
おかしいな。じゃあ、なぜ泣いた？
それはあんたの夢だ。
いや、俺は夢は見ないんだ。起きてる間中見てるんでね。
そうだろうよ。
じゃあ、現実だな。
もうこの話はやめろ。
まともにお前に会ったのはあの時が初めてだったが、前から気になっていたんだ。中川幹彦というやつが。
俺は一回でもあんたと飲んでみようって気になった自分を、今でも心から後悔してるよ。
なんでやめた？お前の作る曲は割と心に残るものが多かった。
割とね。
いつも悲しそうで、音楽がかわいそうだった。
悪かったな。
気にかかるというのは大事なことだ。心に残ったんで再会の記念に一曲作ったんだよ。捧げよう。
やめろバカ。捧げてくれなくて結構。俺はあんたの音楽なんか二度と聴きたくないし、あんたにだって二度と会いたくなかった。
二度と会いたくないならなぜ俺に曲を？
仕事だ。いい加減な奴に書かせるわけにはいかないし、いい加減なもんじゃ依頼人が金を落とさない。
まあ、せっかく来てもらったことだし、見るだけ見ようか。
お、これだ。
うん。 依頼人は水島薫か。歌うのは相原エリカだな。
そうだよ。
悪いが書けない。
もう少し考えてもいいだろうが。
エリカの歌は美しくない。
あんたは何様のつもりだ。
俺は何様でもない。ただ俺にとって彼女は美しくないだけだ。誰かエリカの歌を美しいと思える人間が書けばいい。
誰もがそんな風に仕事を選べると思うのか。
別に俺にだってそんな権利はない。
なら
俺は自分が信じないことは何もしない。それを罵る人間がいるのもそいつの自由だ。だが、罵るのは、お前も本当は信じないことをするのを良しとしたくないからじゃないのか？
うるさい。ずっとあんたなんかプロじゃないと思ってた。依頼主の言い分は聞かない。やりたくない仕事は引き受けない。時には食うや食わずのカツカツで。
プロかアマかは知らんが、俺はやれることしかやらないだけだ。
そんなもんがお前だ。だけど、あんたにだけはそれが許されるんだよ。あんたのことはいつか誰かが許すんだ。それはあんたが持たされた人間だからだ。
何を？
言わせるのか俺に。
俺は自分が美しいと思うものしか信じないだけだ。
ああ、そうさ。あんたは芸術家様だからな。そんなことも許されるさ。
お前もそうだと思ったがな。違うのか？結局自分が美しいと思うものしか、心を震わせる音しか信じない。だから、やめちまったんだろうと思ったんだ。
大概ひどいことをよくもそんなあっさりと。他人が俺を嫌う気持ちが今ようやく分かったよ、俺は。
ガチャガチャとそうじゃないものに触るのをやめたと思ったんだ。この曲はお前が書けばいい。
俺にはあんたが美しくないというその歌が似合いだってことか。
ちゃんと読んだか？あんたの曲でしか浮かばない。エリカの歌じゃない方がいいがな。まあ、薫が愛だけで書いてるようだからエリカでもいいだろう。
俺は二度と音楽に近づく気はない。あんたが書け。頼んだぞ。
中川会えて嬉しかったよ。
それポン。はい、上がり。
はい、ダメ。
何がだ。
どんじゃらーって言わなかっただろ？
言えるか、いい大人が。だから俺は電動式のジャンタクを買おうと言ったんだ。それは
ダメです。何でもやとして、ほとんどまともに収益を上げてないのに。
君は硬い。だいたいこれはどこにあったんだ？
これ、ずっとうちにあったんです。一応親子3人の団らんのためのものだったんですが、半ちゃんもやると、必ず父さんと兄貴が掴み合いになって。
正月から、パトカー飛んでったっけな。殺すの殺されるのって。
年中行事だったんだけどね。
羨ましいね。
何がですか？
俺はお袋に殺すなんて言えやしなかった。おかげさまで今はすっかり他人だ。殺してやるぐらい言えた方がいい。
兄貴と父さんだって、最後は疎遠でしたよ。
でも他人じゃなかったようじゃないか。
それは、そうかもしれませんね。
高橋か。俺はいないと。
やあ、一夜の恋人よ。会いに来たよ。
その名前で俺を呼ぶな。
あんた、仕事を引き受けてくれる気になったのかな？
いや、その曲は中川が書くんだよ。
俺は書かないったら書かない。
子供のようなこと言って。なら音を探しに行こう。
なんか、だんだんミュージカルじみてきたな。
探しに行って。
俺の車で。
冗談じゃない。話せ。あんたの車なんか死んでも。いや、死ぬだろう。話せ、人殺し。
いやー、意外に重いな。さあ、ドライブだ。
殺される。助けろ。
すまん、みきちゃん。
あの車に近づけるほど、俺たちも人生に未練がなくはないわけで。
化けて出るぞ。
安心しろ。あの車は車検も通らないのに俺が愛してやまない美女だ。大事にしてるんだよ。
だからそれが。
まさか化けて出るぞが最後の言葉にはならないよな。
生きて帰ってきますように、ナム
ま、いい傾向、いい傾向。ミキちゃんにはああいう、ハンマーで端からぶっ壊してくれるようなもんが必要だったんだと思うんだよね、俺は。
そうかもしれないけど。
なんだよ。なんか不満なのか？
そんなことないよ。
ま、ビールでも飲んで。
もういい加減慣れたけど、真っ昼間だぞ。
どうした？マジで。
兄貴と父さんのこととか思い出してさ。あの人たちもエキセントリックだったけど、そうやって殺すの殺さないのって言いながら、俺、 これまだお前には話せてなかったんだけど、
なんだよ。無理して、今話さなくてもいいぞ。なんだかわかんないけど、すっきりすんなら聞くけどさ。
父さん、最後に上言で兄貴を探したんだ。店を継いでほしいって、兄貴だけを探してさ、まだ教えてないことがたくさんあるって。兄貴は、ずっと親父殺すって言ってたのに、失意にすがって、まだ教えてもらってないことがたくさんあるって。二人して同じこと言って、泣いて。
そっか。
俺のせいだって思ったけど。
そんなことはないだろ。
まあ、そうも思うんだけど、あの人たちも大概勝手だったから。でも少しぐらいは、俺、本当はここに必要のない人間なのかなって。やっぱさ、
アッシー、
思うくらいしょうがないだろ。ちょっとだよ、ちょっと。でも俺、案外今のこの仕事を向いてると思うんだ。
え？
一生懸命タイルとか磨いて、綺麗になって、犬とか猫とか探して、見つかんないと辛いけど、じいちゃんやばあちゃんの用を足して、そんで、ありがとうって言われて。俺、なんかこういうことで満足なんだ、本当に。小さい人間かな。こういう俺も世の中には必要だよなとか、そう思うのってごまかしなのかな。
バカ。
なんだよバカって。
今ミュージカル見たから、自分が平凡な人間に思えてるんだろうけど、おかしいのはあっちの方だぞ、どう考えても。
それもそうだな。
だろ？普通の人間でありがとうって、お父さんとお母さんに感謝だ。
確かに。ありがとう、お父さんお母さん。
なめー。
お前んとこ両方生きてんだろ？
あ。
俺はまともに生きてないが死にたいわけじゃない。下ろせ！
回りくどい。
死にたくない！
なら生きる喜びの歌を歌え！
どういう性格なんだよ、あんたは！止まった。帰る。ここはどこだ？
さあ、カーナビもつかないような車でどこかな。綺麗な山だ。
山だ？どこまで来たんだよ、一体！しかもこんな車一台通らないようなとこでエンストなんて！
怒ってばかりだな、お前は。
あんたといると調子が狂う。
俺もだよ。そういう人間と出会うのは滅多にあることじゃない。機会を大事にした方がいいな。
俺は一人で生きていくんだ。
まったく。まあ、聞けよ。最高の音楽だ。
音大の教授が、自然と芸術を混同するなと言っていた。
じじいの寝言だ。理屈じゃない。美しいものは美しいだろ
う。俺はそういう風には考えられない人間だ。美しいものを美しいとは言えない。
愛しているものを愛していると。
あんたのことはちっとも愛してない。
音楽だよ。かわいそうなお前の音楽。俺の心を書いた癒えない傷のように、いつまでもうずく。
勝手に詩人にでもなってろ。
どこかに閉じ込められている。愛するという気持ちが出してほしいと泣いているな。
俺はもう何も作らないし、何も、誰も愛さない。
明日も明後日も ?10 年後も20年後もか。
長生きもしない。
小さな子供のようなことを言って、本当にまるで幼子だ。呆れる。お前は100年生きるだろ
う。なんだよそれは。
呪いだよ。100年生きると考えてみるがいい。100年も一人で、誰とも何も分け合わずに。
かわもんか。
誰もが受け入れられて生きていくわけじゃない。
あんたがそれを言うのかよ。
与えられないものも許されないものも、認められることのないまま名もなく死ぬものも。息はする。人に会う。何かに泣いて、誰かを愛する。普通のことをしなさい。
普通のこと。
なんか、重要なこと忘れてるような気がするな。
そもそも俺たちの生活に何か重要なことが。ねえ、中川さん？
ああ、そうだな。
もう、ここんとこずっとその調子なんだから。
依頼もないし、営業もしねえでドンジャラやってていいのかな。あ、やっぱカレンダーに丸ついてる。と、俺、ちょっとチラシ配ってくるわ。
なんだよ、急に。俺も行く。チラシ配る、一緒に。
なんなんだ君たちは急に。
マミ、
合わなかった。
今日が刻限。約束の金曜日よ。
今日？君たち、ひどいじゃないか。俺だけ捨てて。
行かせやしないわよ。
襟首後ろから掴まれたら死にます。それも両手で一人ずつ。どうやったらそんな力って。
これはほんの挨拶代わり。
どんな挨拶だよ。だいたいお前は昔から暴力で物事を。
男に話し合って理解する回路がついてるなら、私もこんな真似はしないわ。
ついてないのはどう考えてもお前だろう。
私は、もう男と話し合うなんてことに人生の大切な時間を無駄に費やしたくないの。できてなければ、あんたはあんなもんじゃ済まないわよ。あいつらは子供だと思って手加減してやったけどね。
手加減？
今まで一体何人の人を殺めてらしたんですか、薫様。
ガク、殺されるのは嫌だ。
できてないのね。あんたも元同業者なら、こういうもんには期限刻限締め切りってもんがあるのは分かってるわよね。発売が遅れるとどういうことになるか。その損害賠償たっぷり払ってもらうわよ。
ニコニコルビーロンかお前は。まあ待て。高橋良一に頼んでるんだ。気まぐれ起こせば書いてくれる。
あんたね、依頼と言いつつ、あんたを生き馬の目を抜くようなジャパニーズポップス業界に復帰させてやろうっていう、この秘めた思いやりがわかんないの？
言ったら姫事にも何もならんだろうが。俺は、書かないよ。気遣いはありがたいが、もう書かない。
今のうちに厨房に退避だ。
おい、生きてるか？ライアン二等兵は。
何言ってんだ、バカクソ。最前線から連れて逃げてやるからな。待ってろ。
あいつら、俺だけ置いて。
詩は見た？
見たよ。
高橋はなんて？
それは、社外費だ。
言えないようなこと言ったのね。
お前のことは何も言ってない。
じゃあ、エリカのこと？
それは、
だいたい想像はつくわ。言ってみて。
俺にはとても。
分かってるからいいのよ、言って。
エリカの歌は、美しくないから書けないと。
あいつ！五寸刻みで刻んでくれるわ！
お前話が全然違うだろう！
だって私の可愛いエリカをよくも！
昔は俺の可愛いエリカだったが、そこまでの愛情はなかった。お前と一緒になってあいつも幸せだろう。
それがそうでもないのよ。うまくいってないの。
待て。最初の妻と二度目の元妻の不仲の相談を聞くほど、俺は度量の広い男じゃないぞ。
なんでも嫌でしょ？別料金払うから聞きなさいよ。
札束で頬を叩かれてこんな話を。生まれたての赤ん坊の時は、親も俺がここまで落ちぶれるとは思わなかっただろうに。俺を産んだあの鬼ババアを、初めて哀れに思えた。ありがとう、薫。
何わけわかんないことブツブツ言ってんのよ。聞いて。彼女、私の愛を疑い始めたの。
浮気でもしたのか。
あんたじゃないんだからそんな真似はしないわよ。そうじゃなくて、つまり、気づき始めたのよ、エリカ。
ああ。
珍しく察しがいいわね。
エリカとは近いものがあるからな、俺は。お前が彼女の歌を少しも尊敬してないってことだろ？エリカが気づいたのは。
そうよ。言葉にされるとちょっと参るわね。私は高橋と一緒よ。嘘はどうしてもつけないの。
エリカは傷つくさ。
私仕事はどんな人間のクズとでも人殺しとでもできるわ。いい仕事さえしてくれればね。でも恋は彼女としかできない。
それがどれだけエリカを傷つけるのかわからないわけじゃないだろうに。
それでもあなたの歌が美しいと嘘をつくことができないの。
この歌は渡さない方がいい。
どうして？
余計に傷つけるだろう。
私の精一杯の愛よ。
精一杯だとわかるから辛い。
どうして理解してくれないのかしら。私には二つの愛があって、一方は彼女を愛し、一方では音楽を愛してる。どうしてその二つが同じでなくてはならないの？
俺にまともな助言を期待するなよ。いっそ全く違う仕事の人間にしたらどうだ。才能のある人間に才能がないと言われながら一緒にいるのはエリカが辛い。
言ってないわ、そんなこと。
一緒にいればわかる。
歌手だから彼女を愛したわけじゃないわ。でもそうね、いっそ病院の看護婦や学校の教師でいてくれたら。
耐えられないのは彼女の弱さだ。誰だって自分が最高だって信じて生きてるわけじゃない。思い知る機会が与えられれば逃げ出したくなる。
そしてあんたは逃げ出したってわけね。
その通りだ。
一生は逃げられないのよ。
俺は一時期自分の仕事を蔑んでた。その罰が当たって向こうからそっぽを向かれたんだよ。もう戻れない。
あんたのことも私は好きだったわ。もちろん恋人としてじゃなかったけど、苦しんでるのは知ってた。いつかこんなことになるとは思ってた。その時手を貸せたらって思ってたけど、無理ね。あんたは小さな女の子みたいに王子様を待ってる。
王子様？何をバカなことを。
女が王子様を待ってるってよく言うでしょ。最近の女は待たないのよ。待ってるのはあんたみたいな人間。王子様っていうのは理不尽だ、不遇だと不満だらけの何もしない場所から幸福へと連れて行ってくれるもので、でも女たちはもう王子様は本当は幸福に連れてってくれるもんじゃないってこと知ってるの。だから自分で行きなさい。
待てよ。ならどうしてこれを置いていくんだ。
あんたが何と言おうとそれなりの努力をしてあんたは生きてきたのよ。だからその証に手を貸す人間がいるってこと。エリカのことも私は決して見放さないわ。次の金曜にまた来る。
誰がお前の手なんか。王子様か。バカなこと言いやがって。そんなものがいればいっそ。
出て行くに出て行けない。
お姉様、武器を使わずに人を殺すよね。
俺は言葉が肺を突き刺して死にそうなんだけど。
お前は十分頑張ったってば。
お前はさ、思ってないことも言える人間なんだよな。
何言ってんだよ。俺は本当に。
俺、十分なんて頑張ってねえよ。けど、お前のそういうとこ、優しさだって、ちゃんと分かってっから。優しさも、人それぞれだ。
分かってないよ、何にも。
せめてどこの誰かは知らないが、エリカが幸せであることを祈る。え？エリカって、もしかして、灰原エリカちゃんか？
何興奮してんだ、お前はもう。ほんとバカすぎだ。
なんか、重要なこと忘れてるような気がするな。
そもそも俺たちの生活に何か重要なことが。ねえ、中川さん？
ああ、そうだな。
もう、ここんとこずっとその調子なんだから。
依頼もないし、営業もしねえでドンジャラやってていいのかな。あ？やっぱカレンダーに丸ついてる。 俺、ちょっとチラシ配ってくるわ。
なんだよ、急に。俺も行くチラシ配る一緒に
なんなんだ君たちは急に。
合わなかった。
今日が国限。約束の金曜日よ。
今日君たち、ひどいじゃないか。俺だけ捨てて。
行かせやしないわよ。
襟首後ろから掴まれたら死にます。それも両手で一人ずつ。どうやったらそんな力って。
これはほんの挨拶代わり。
どんな挨拶だよ。だいたいお前は昔から暴力で物事を。
男に話し合って理解する回路がついてるなら、私もこんな真似はしないわ。
ついてないのはどう考えてもお前だろう。
私は、もう男と話し合うなんてことに人生の大切な時間を無駄に費やしたくないの。できてなければ、あんたはあんなもんじゃ済まないわよ。あいつらは子供だと思って手加減してやったけどね。
手加減？
今まで一体何人の人を殺めてらしたんですか、カオル様。
ガク、殺されるのは嫌だ。
できてないのね。あんたも元同業者なら、こういうもんには期限刻限締め切りってもんがあるのは分かってるわよね。発売が遅れるとどういうことになるか。その損害賠償たっぷり払ってもらうわよ。
ニコニコルビー論かお前は。まあ待て。高橋良一に頼んでるんだ。気まぐれ起こせば書いてくれる。
あんたね、依頼と言いつつ、あんたを生き馬の目を抜くようなジャパニーズポップス業界に復帰させてやろうっていう、この秘めた思いやりがわかんないの？
言ったら姫事にも何もならんだろうが。俺は、書かないよ。気遣いはありがたいが、もう書かない。
今のうちに厨房に退避だ。おしおやし生きてるか？
ライアン二等兵は。
何言ってんだ、バカクソ。最前線から連れて逃げてやるからな。待ってろ。
あいつら、俺だけ置いて。
詩は見た？
見たよ。
高橋はなんて？
それは、社外費だ。
言えないようなこと言ったのね。
お前のことは何も言ってない。
じゃあ、エリカのこと？
それは、
だいたい想像はつくわ。言ってみて。
俺にはとても。
分かってるからいいのよ、言って。
エリカの歌は、美しくないから書けないと。
あいつ！5損刻みで刻んでくれるわ！
お前話が全然違うだろう！
だって私の可愛いエリカをよくも！
昔は俺の可愛いエリカだったが、そこまでの愛情はなかった。お前と一緒になってあいつも幸せだろう。
それがそうでもないのよ。うまくいってないの。
待て。最初の妻と二度目の元妻の不仲の相談を聞くほど、俺は度量の広い男じゃないぞ。
なんでも嫌でしょ？別料金払うから聞きなさいよ。
札束で頬を叩かれてこんな話を。生まれたての赤ん坊の時は、親も俺がここまで落ちぶれるとは思わなかっただろうに。俺を産んだあの鬼ババアを、初めて哀れに思えた。ありがとう、カオル。
何わけわかんないことブツブツ言ってんのよ。聞いて。彼女、私の愛を疑い始めたの。
浮気でもしたのか。
あんたじゃないんだからそんな真似はしないわよ。そうじゃなくて、つまり、気づき始めたのよ、エリカ。
ああ。
珍しく察しがいいわね。
エリカとは近いものがあるからな、俺は。お前が彼女の歌を少しも尊敬してないってことだろ？エリカが気づいたのは。
そうよ。言葉にされるとちょっと参るわね。私は高橋と一緒よ。嘘はどうしてもつけないの。
エリカは傷つくさ。
私仕事はどんな人間のクズとでも人殺しとでもできるわ。いい仕事さえしてくれればね。でも恋は彼女としかできない。
それがどれだけエリカを傷つけるのかわからないわけじゃないだろうに。
それでもあなたの歌が美しいと嘘をつくことができないの。
この歌は渡さない方がいい。
どうして？
余計に傷つけるだろう。
私の精一杯の愛を？
精一杯だとわかるから辛い。
どうして理解してくれないのかしら。私には2つの愛があって、 一方は彼女を愛し、一方では音楽を愛してる。どうしてその二つが同じでなくてはならないの？
俺にまともな助言を期待するなよ。いっそ、全く違う仕事の人間にしたらどうだ。才能のある人間に、才能がないと言われながら一緒にいるのは、エリカが辛い。
言ってないわ、そんなこと。
一緒にいればわかる。
歌手だから彼女を愛したわけじゃないわ。でも、そうね。いっそ病院の看護婦や学校の教師でいてくれたら。
耐えられないのは彼女の弱さだ。誰だって自分が最高だって信じて生きてるわけじゃない。思い知る機会が与えられれば逃げ出したくなる。
そしてあんたは逃げ出したってわけね。
その通りだ。
一生は逃げられないのよ。
俺は一時期自分の仕事を蔑んでた。その罰が当たって向こうからそっぽを向かれたんだよ。もう戻れない。
あんたのことも私は好きだったわ。もちろん恋人としてじゃなかったけど、苦しんでるのは知ってた。いつかこんなことになるとは思ってた。その時、手を貸せたらって思ってたけど。無理ね。あんたは小さな女の子みたいに王子様を待ってる。
王子様？何をバカなことを。
女が王子様を待ってるってよく言うでしょ？最近の女は待たないのよ。待ってるのはあんたみたいな人間。王子様っていうのは、理不尽だ、不遇だと不満だらけの何もしない場所から幸福へと連れて行ってくれるもので。でも女たちはもう、王子様は本当は幸福に連れてってくれるもんじゃないってこと知ってるの。だから、自分で行きなさい。
待て。ならどうしてこれを置いていくんだ？
あんたが何と言おうと、それなりの努力をしてあんたは生きてきたのよ。だからその証に手を貸す人間がいるってこと。エリカのことも、私は決して見放さないわ。次の金曜にまた来る。
誰が、お前の手なんか。王子様か。バカなこと言いやがって。そんなものがいれば、いっそ。
出て行くに出て行けない。
お姉様、武器を使わずに人を殺すよね。
俺は言葉が肺を突き刺して死にそうなんだけど。
お前は、十分頑張ったってば。
お前はさ、思ってないことも言える人間なんだよな。
何言ってんだよ。俺は本当に。
俺、十分なんて頑張ってねえよ。けど、お前のそういうとこ、優しさだって、ちゃんと分かってっから。優しさも、人それぞれだ。
分かってないよ、何にも。
せめてどこの誰かは知らないが、エリカが幸せであることを祈る。エリカって、もしかして、灰原エリカちゃんか？
何興奮してんだ、お前はもう。ほんとバカすぎだ。夕方はふっと人が引きますね。北千住の駅前も。
路地裏だからな。古い家が多くて驚いた。
うちも大概ですけどね。どうしたんです？急になんかしたいだなんて、そんな向いてもないこと。
捕まえただろ、猫。しかしこの猫、そんなにしょっちゅう逃げるんじゃ、飼い主が嫌なんじゃないのか？事務所で飼ってもいいぞ。
中川さん、あなた年齢以外に大人なとこ少しは見せてください。っていうかこれ猫に見えるんですか？
大きいものが犬で、小さいものが猫だと子供の頃母親が。
鳴き声を教えてくれる人はいなかったんですか？犬のおまわりさんを歌わなかったんですか？
母親が言うことを鵜呑みにする子供だったんだ、俺は。
才能のある人間は何かが欠落してることが多いんだそうですよ。生きるための杖に才能があるんだそうです。
それはまた気の毒な話だな。
自覚もないと。
あ、トラさんじゃないか。たく探しもしないで。
何ぼんやり見てんだあいつ。中学校の校庭なんて。虎次郎の頑張ってた野球部です。
今日は 焼肉でも食いに行くか。
ちょっと猫が、いや、犬が見つかったぐらいでそんな。
俺は結構今の生活が気に入ってる。君たちと永遠に遊び暮らしているのも悪かない。
中川さん。虎次郎が、嘘は少しずつ積もっていって、いつか全部を嘘にしてしまうかもしれないって言ってました。
俺は嘘なんか。
あの詩に曲をつけたらどうですか？
君までそんなことを言うのか。
だって、たくさんの人があなたのこと待ってるじゃないですか。手を貸すのは、それなりに中川さんが努力してきた証だって、薫お姉様がおっしゃってたじゃないですか。
いつから薫の手下に。
薫お姉様は立派です。
洗脳までされて。
嘘をつかずに生きていくなんて、すごいです。だってきっと、嘘をつかない人が一番、大変なんですよ。
嘘をつく？いや、あいつは、たった22歳の俺に、あの美貌とプロポーションを盾にわけわかんなくさせといて、その上結婚するまで指一本触れさせないという技まで繰り出して、盛大に披露宴までやった挙句、入籍の翌日に女とマウイ島に行った女なんだぞ。
それは、騙される中川さんもどうかしてるんじゃないかと。
君は取られる方が悪いという考えの持ち主なのか。
最近中川さんのイメージがどんどん崩れてって。
悪かったな。
でも俺も、それいいことなんだと思います。虎次郎も言ってたけど。
どこが？
俺が一番、今の暮らし気に入ってるんですよ。今の仕事も、中川さんや虎次郎と毎日遊んでるみたいな。ずっと夏休みみたいな。俺はもしかしたら、本当にずっとここにいるかもしれないから。だから中川さんは、ちょっと、行ってきてもいいんですよ。
行ってくる？
あ、見つかったんだ。あややちゃん。あややちゃんは逃げ出しちょきでちゅね。ダメでちゅよ。め。
お前でかくて怖いって。あややちゃんよこせ。
でかくて怖いって。お前、子供の頃、人の肉体的欠陥のことを言っちゃダメだって言われなかったのかよ。
何が欠陥だよ。俺忘れてないからな。お前はガキの頃、俺のことチビチビチビチビ言って、いつでかくなんだよって。
トラさんは気になる子はいじめるタイプなんだ。いかにもだな。
俺そんなガキの頃から、アツシが気になってたわけじゃねえぞ。
でも今は気になると。
あんな面白いハンサムに、人よの恋人呼ばわりされてるあんたにだけは、もうなんも言われたくない。
その話は疑問だぞ。
わかったってなんもできないくせによ。
素手じゃ叶わないから何か武器を使って後ろから襲撃するさ。
ああ、少しは知恵がついたんじゃねえかよ。
な。
あんたさ、もうちょっとちゃんと、おかしなハンサムとかとも、喋んないとダメよ。
あいつは芸術家様で、言ってることなんか半分もわからん。本当に音楽以外何もまともにできないし、車の運転も、確定申告も。
あんたは、何かできるとでも？相変わらず美しい手をなさってからに。
今日は猫を見つけたぞ。
だから、それ犬。ミキちゃん。俺たちじゃないからね。
何が？
あんたのことちゃんと考えてくれてるの。あんたのために考えてるの。俺たちじゃないからね。あんたに優しい人が、あんたを本当に助けてくれる人じゃないから。ね。
なんだよ。いきなり二人して。
お前もなんか言った
ちょっとだけ。ああ、もう、すねない。そんなとこ座り込まないの、中川さん。
ガキじゃねえんだからよ、あったが。
焼肉行きましょう。ね。牛タン食べて、カルビ食べて、ビール飲んで、機嫌直して。
いいね。あと、ハラミとビビンバね。王子様の来週に備えて、肉でも食っとかないと。
俺はもう高橋には死んでも会わない。
ああ。
一言も言ってねえよ、俺。それがおかしなハンサムだなんてさ。金曜日には、薫様も来るし。今度できてねえとやべえだろ、マジで。事務所焼き払われっかもしんねえぞ。
昨べ夜中にやってた西部劇みたい。北千住であんなことが。薫お姉様ならしそう。
なんか生きる気力がなくなってきた。
最近俺不安になることがあるんだよね。
なんだよ。珍しく深刻な顔して。
この世に、 普通の異性愛者っていないんじゃないのかな。カオルお姉様はああだし、高橋さんはあの勢いだし、このままじゃ人類が。
確かに。
雰囲気に流されないように気をつけよう、俺。中川さん、書くのかな、曲。
複雑か？
お前の言う通り、中川さん本当はすんごい無理して意地張ってる。音楽に帰らないと。
そうだな。なんでもあり、解散かな。
それでも仕方ないね。
そしたらお前どうする？
まあなんかして働くとは思うけど。
もう一回、料理仕事にしようとは思わないのか？
俺は、多分もう料理の仕事は、しない。こればっかりがさ、人を喜ばせることができなかったら、仕事じゃないから。虎次郎は？
俺、負けたところに戻ろうと思うんだ。負けたとこから、もう一遍始めねえと、ごまかして、ずっと嘘ついたまんま、行っちまう気がするんだ。やれば必ず何でも叶うってのは、嘘だって今でも思う。だけど、叶わなくても、やんなきゃなんないことってのが、あるって、俺。
そう言うだろうと思ってた。
高校のコーチの大学の先輩が二軍のコーチやってて、一応プロテストみたいなのしてくれるって言うんだ。今から行ってくるよ、俺。
そうか。頑張れよ。俺、本当にお前に野球やってて欲しかったからさ。嬉しいよ。本当に嬉しいよ。
置いてかれたみたいな顔すんなよ。お前はさ、お前で考えろよ。料理のことは、もうそうやってきっちり蹴りがついてんならいいさ。それはそれだし。俺ら、いつも先がねえじじいみたいに焦ってるけど、あるみたいじゃん。ミキちゃんや色男見てるとさ、いくらでも、なんぼでも、つうか大人になるよ、あいつらよ。あつし。俺別に、お前の王子様になってやってもいいんだぞ。お前のこと好きだし。
それはどういう？
好きは好きだよ。どういう好きとか言われると、俺も引くけど、ほら、恋人でも、こういう好きはあるし、友達でもこういう好きはある。だからそういう好きだよ。だから王子様みたいに、お前がもう何にもする気になれなきゃ、俺がさ、なんだろう。嫁にってわけにはいかねえしな。まあ、なんかそういう。
おいおいおいおい。
なんか、くれてやったりとか、守ってやったりとか。貧困だな、俺の愛って。まあ、そうやってできることを、何でもしてやってもいいけど。お前は良くないだろ？
自分で行かなきゃ。
そうだ。どこに行くのかわかんねえけど。あのさ、俺はやるけど、お前もやんなきゃなんないわけじゃない。俺はこうしかできない。でもさ、お前はお前だ。お前が本当に今の自分が好きなら、それが自分で行くってことだと、俺は。
大丈夫。わかってる。
よし！じゃあ行ってくる！
おう！行ってこい！
俺はお前が好きだぞ！いや、大好きだ！
それのどこがミュージカルと違うって言うんだよ、お前。くそ、トラジは。頑張れよ！俺もお前が大好きだ！そして今日も、軽く世間は遠巻き。俺ものすごく普通の人間なのにな。 よかった。とんだ手錠プレイの最中だったらどうしようかと思った。中川さんどうしたんですか、それ。
ああ、これか。厨房にナタがあったからぶった切ったんだ。高橋の腕を切ってやろうかとも思ったが、犯罪者になるのは割が合わない。
高橋さんは？
大事なクーパーがレッカー移動されたんで、走って追っかけて行ったよ。
俺が最初にどうしたと聞いたのはですね。
これか。さっき届いたんだ。残りの慰謝料。ピアノに変えやがったあいつ。強行手段に出やがって。
薫様ですか。っていうか本当に慰謝料もらってたんですね。しかもまだ。
あいつも税金払うぐらいならって黙って払ってたんだが、稼がないとな。もう慰謝料は入ってこないし、いい加減俺の歌も流行らない。
曲を書くんですね。
何でも嫌だから曲も作るさ。好きだったのに振り向いてもらえないから嫌いだと嘘をついてた。
嘘は良くないですね。積もっていきます。
そうだ、積もっていたよ。
虎次郎ももう一遍頑張るみたいです。プロ野球テストを受けに行きました。ちょっと寂しいですけど、俺だけ何も持ってないみたいで。
俺が唯一知ってるいい言葉がある。人はそれぞれだ。
中川さん、
君には君の素晴らしいところがある。
どんな？
よくはわからない。 だが俺もトラさんも君が好きじゃないか。ついでに言うと、俺は何でもありをやめるつもりはないぞ。
どうして？だって。
俺は君がここで一生懸命まずい料理を作ってなかったら、どこまで傲慢な人間になってたかわからないし、一年ここに通わなければ、競馬場か競輪場あたりで、どこまで転落してたかわからない。できないことを必死で続けてる君を見て、助けられたと俺は思ってる。
俺が中川さんを？
今度は、俺が君を助けないとな。それに俺は、この年になってできた初めてのお友達と、もう少し遊んでいたいのさ。でも君らがどこかへ行きたくなったら、いつ歩き出しても構わないんだよ。
どうしちゃったんですか？熱でもあるんじゃないでしょうね。
さあ、準備をするぞ。3人分のペペロンチーノ。君は3人分のナポリタンを作る。
だって。
それ1万回やって出直せって言われた。
そんな。
受かるわけないだろう。高校卒業して、4年か？だらだらナポリタン食ってたんだろう？このままトラさんが帰ってこないなんて、信じられるのは君ぐらいだ。
なんか、中川さんの根本が少しも変わらないことに今日ほどほっとしたことはありません。
ペペロンチーノ作ってやるよ、トラさん。
はい、トラジロ、ビール。また、頑張れよ。
おう !1 万回やるぜ、俺は！
お、いい匂いだな。
お揃いの手錠しちゃって。私、鍵持ってますのに。どこ行ったかな？あれねえな。
なんだよ、お前。大事なクーパーを取り返してきたよ。俺にも飯を食わしてくれ、中川。お、ストーンウェイじゃないか。
さんうわ！なんだこのピアノ！
どうしてこの存在感で気づかないでいられるんだよ。
ストーンウェイのある事務所か。最高だな。俺も雇ってくれよ、ここで。時々なんでだか借金取りが来るんだ。副業を持ちたい。冗談じゃない。
まあ、ミキちゃん。で、あんたに何ができると？
そうですよ。車の運転はああだし、一般常識はないし、無駄にハンサムなので、尾行にも向きません。
何かあるだろう？俺にだってできることが。
あれ？外からなんかカリカリ変な音が。あれ？あややちゃん、どっちゃんでちか？来ちゃったでちか？
もうそいつは俺の猫だ。
タヌキだろ、あれ。
なんか、あのサイレン、 ここに近づいてね。
クーパー、取り返してきたって言いましたよね。どうやって取り返したんですか？ちょっと高橋さん、タヌキに夢中になってないで。
かわいいやつだなこいつ。おっと、俺に惚れるんじゃないよ。困ったお嬢さんだ。俺には俺になりたいと言って泣くような恋人がいない。
止まった。
なんかたくさんの足音が。
愛人になりたいのかい？困った子猫ちゃんだ。
いや、タヌキってあんた。
っていうか人の犬だしそれ。
やっぱり俺は一人で生きていきたいような気がしてきた。
Mm. Anybody thought about this book or heard about this book before? Or experienced it's mirrored. It's breaking negative thinking patterns. That's the title. Salty Nutella, that's crazy. I can't imagine that tasting honest. Mm. I feel like the cinnamon butter toast can be like, since it's like cinnamon sprinkles, can be really good. Because it's like the same, it works the same like butter Nutella toast essentially. Like it's something like, it's like fatty plus like something like sweet. Just instead of like chocolate taste, it's like the cinnamon taste. So I think if you like cinnamon, then it can be like really good. That's fair. Mm. Have you ever heard or experienced schema therapy? Because that's what the book is essentially based on, or what it's explaining. But it's a very common like therapy. Well, how would you say that? Framework? Be careful, mate, with the trying the Vegemite or what? The book is called Breaking Negative Thinking Patterns. I posted it also in the Discord. So if you want to see like a non-mirrored image of it, I also like showed some of the pages there. Because it's like a self-help book, so it actually has like sort of like working sheets and stuff. But this was like recommended to me by my therapist. And for it having like only like being this thick, like it has literally like how many? I think like 200 or something. Oh, not even. And this is the last one. So it's like 147 pages. And in the beginning, it sort of it explains like child modes. Well, in the introduction, it actually explains like what schema therapy sort of is. And schema therapy is essentially that you like try to like it's based in the belief, I guess you can say, that like most of the things you struggle with like in adulthood are sort of like based on like whatever happened in your childhood. So the way they work is like they really try to like understand your patterns and then link it to like child modes or dysfunctional parent modes. And then you like once you sort of recognize these like different modes you have, you could also like some of them you can literally like will know like okay, like when people say like survival mode, like this is technically like the, I don't know, for example, the angry child mode. And then like once you sort of like understood these like modes and these different patterns you have, you can change them. Not yet like finished with the book, as you can see. So I'm only at the point where like they sort of like finished the child modes and now we're like getting into the dysfunctional parent modes. The next would be like the coping modes, because there's different ways how one can cope, right? Like some are more successful than others. And then there's the healthy adult mode, which technically should be our default, but well, you know, depending on your childhood, it isn't. And then it goes into essentially like changing your modes and like gaining control over like the angry or impulsive child mode and like healing the vulnerable child mode and like stuff like this. Or like changing coping mechanisms. And yeah, so it literally like it explains you the whole thing. It helps you to like see, like understand how that works for you, and then instantly goes into and now what we can do. So I don't know, like I think so far this book has been like really great in terms of how clear cut it is. Like it's very direct. It just like gets to the point straight away. There's no like sort of like, this is not one of those books where like a psychologist wrote a book which is like them like rambling about a topic, and like technically it's like informational, but at the same time it's definitely sort of like a book in the sense there that like you follow the thought process of the psychologist. You don't get like this PowerPoint situation of like, here, this is how you understand this and that's what we're gonna do. And this book here is like more into the direction of like, hey, this is how we understand this is what we're gonna do next, and like this how you're gonna like can like use this and stuff. And there's always like, okay, so this is how it works, and here's some examples so you can like better understand it, and like then like some more information, and like here is now like a table where you can like answer these questions and like put your results in and stuff like this. So yeah, honestly, like I regret a little bit that I didn't like just like straight away read it once I got it like recommended from my therapist, but I'm only like reading it now essentially. Because I think this would have been like really nice maybe to like talk over with another person as well. Yeah, I thought in the Discord, like you can literally see, like I thought this was actually like a free book for a second. Which like an open license book, which we can just like read with stream. That would have been really, really amazing. Because I just, yeah, I just found it online essentially. Like the sort of like the Google reading thing was like 26 pages, so like a good amount of the book. And there were like I don't know, like so many like PDF links, and like some of them were like only like reading sort of like trials. But yeah, it sort of like made me believe that it would be like open, like sort of like a public license, but it's not. So I sadly can't read it with you guys. But you can essentially like read it alongside me and then just like ask me any questions you might be interested in. But I think the hi Esther, how you doing? Welcome. But yeah, it's really, really cool, I think. And it's written by 3 psychologists essentially, like a clinical psychologist and schema therapist, a clinical psychologist, supervisor of the Dutch Association for Behavioral and Cognitive Therapy, chair of the Dutch Schema Therapy Association, and a psychologist, a psychotherapist, and schema therapist in the Department of Clinical Psychology and Psychotherapy. So it's been written by like 3 very, very competent people. And that's what I really like about this. How's life on the other side of the country? What do you mean on the other side of the country? Do we live so far away? I thought, no, true. You live like at the in the top part, right? But yeah, life is good. We have a lot of sun right now, so that's why I have like all the sort of like the curtains, not curtains, but I don't know. Dang, we could have read it on stream. Well, I mean, we could have, but then we like would have been like, is it? Yeah, like we didn't really could, you know what I mean? But yeah, it would have been really, really cool. Like when I thought like it would be public license, like I was really like, oh, this is fate. Like I was looking for a book we could read with stream, and like this is so good. But yeah, well, it's also like it's not that like for any like I also understand why they earn some money with it. It's a really good book. I'm not okay, but it's okay. It's fine to have a bad day. Okay, care of you. That's true. You're at the coast in the west. Ah, so yeah, yeah. The second city in the Netherlands. What do you mean in the second city? I don't know what you mean. I've been listening to enough. Grumpy. I mean, obviously not. Even if it wouldn't be an erotic audiobook, it's not reading. But you also don't technically need to read it, but looking into the schema therapy things like really I think it's like essentially like I just like actually recently found out that the therapy which I was talking about, right? So I was talking about this like how's it called? Like imaginary rescripting. Like that is apparently a very common like a sort of like a schema therapy type therapy. And that one helped me like the most, right? So I really, really, I don't know, like now that I know that, it's like, oh damn, like schema therapy might be like really good actually. For science. He's in a weird mood, even mentally struggling. It's fine, Asta. Is there anything we can do to help you? I'm here to distract myself from the thoughts I have. I see. Mm. Is there anybody who has a topic they want to speak about? Hi, Granddad Gamer. Welcome, welcome. It's very kind of you. Oh, imagine we would literally have like one of those like we would just like live close to each other. Like imagine we could like digitally sort of like move to the screen and then just be like, yes, here's a cinnamon sprinkle toast. I want to build a house with a basement to make a D&D tavern. Oh my god, SAR. Same, same. That would be so sick. Oh, oh, yeah. Seriously. Like I already thought, like I had a talk actually about this with Zach, and not only one. Like we had multiple talks about this like D&D tavern type style. Like we literally, like I was sort of considering if there's any possibility I can make this room into like a D&D tavern, which could be used to like D&D streams. But it's hard, because this room is like really, well, it's not very like big, right? It's like I don't know, like 3 by 3 meters or something. Yeah, it's not big. But I literally thought like if we ever get the possibility to get like a bigger house, I would essentially make like a D&D room which is like really professional and stuff like this. And then have like a sort of like a tiny Airbnb or something connected to it. So that people can literally like book the D&D room with the Airbnb, just like them and their friends, right? And then like just all go there, have like a mini kitchen, you know? It's like really sort of like focused on the like eat, sleep, and then play D&D the entire day with your friends. I think that would be so sick. I feel like that would be so cool. And just have that to be like, I don't know, like, you know, it doesn't need to be expensive and stuff like this. Just that, like, it's like a real option for just normal people. Like, that would be so sick. Yeah. And hi, Yukuna. Welcome, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Uh, that's a cool bookcase in the background. Oh, thank you. Like, we actually, well, we built that ourselves. It's not finished, as you can see, but it's getting there. We're sort of like finishing it like step by step. Like every time we're like, oh, we actually need another shelf, then like we put a new shelf in. Until then we just leave this weird space. It might just be me, but if someone is going through mental anguish, toast with cinnamon sprinkle doesn't cut it, or is it just me? I think it's really not about the cinnamon toast, right? But it's really more about the, hey, I see you. I just want to help you in a way I can. And some days are just shit and you can't really do anything from outside, right? But you can show that you're here and you want to support the person. Well, any way you can, even though it might just do like a 1% change. Yeah, oh my god, like the D&D tavern things, Asta, like that has been in my mind for ages forever. Like literally, like I would, like if I could, seriously, I genuinely thought about, is there like I was on on one of those websites where you can like buy houses. And I saw a essentially like a business building in bumfuck nowhere in France. And it costs like 500k or something, or 600 maybe. and it had like eight stories. And I thought, like, is there, like, I seriously tried to find a way how I can possibly afford this. And I was like, okay, like, how many people we need to sort of like get into the boat to like buy this with? And like, do we know any people would get in the boat and buy this with? Like, it turns out it's like, now we don't know people would get into this because this is like just really like my personal thing. But I thought it would be so sick if like anybody gets like one story, you know, and then like in it's just like 5 or so, and then the lowest three, or like the highest and the lowest three is like free still, and then you can like put a gym in there, you can put like a proper cosplay workshop in there, you can put like a D&D tavern in there, you can put like Lord, if you want, you could put a tennis court in there, you know, like really doesn't matter. But just like have this thing of like, you have this like big ass house, everybody has their own story, like it's all people know each other. Then you have like sort of like community rooms where it's like, hey, let's just eat dinner together, like all of us. And then you could like make the lower part sort of like a community center where it's just like there's a gym in there, and it's like essentially like whoever, like you pay as much as you want to. If there's anything which needs to be paid, you essentially put like a donation goal and say like, hey, this is what we're saving for, like a new machine for whatever, and like put into the box whatever you want to like help with, right? And sort of morph this approach, and I think it would be so sick. Yeah. You got good news, Aguna? Whatever good news. Hi, Billy Blee, welcome. Hi, Mirandex. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, last stream was kind of depressive because me and my girlfriend broke up. During the week, something happened. Can't understand why. Just looked like I have more motivation and started to be positive with all in general. Obviously, still hurting. I need to scroll up about all, but I think your opinion and the chat opinions just helped. Thank you all. I'm so glad, Mirandex. I'm glad you're doing better. Breakups can be really hard, right? But I'm glad you reached out, you know, and you didn't decide to just suffer alone, but to ask for support. And I hope you give yourself credit for that as well. Because I feel like we can sometimes forget that we are the people setting ourselves up for success or for failure. And the moment you decided to reach out for help in this stream, or even look for such a stream, even click on this stream, was a moment where you decided you're going to set yourself up for success instead of failure. By the way, like, is it because, so, different part. I made a new Discord channel where I want to put, like, I've seen this from, like, another streamer, from Jim, where I want to put, like, how is the word called again? Wait. Testimonials. So that, like, new people to the community can sort of get a picture of what they can, like, I guess, expect, and if they can trust us or not. And I think your messages are really, like, so sweet. And I was wondering if I can just, like, make a screenshot of this and send it into that channel as a sort of like, hey, you know, like, this is why people decide to share in our community, and this is why you should trust us and share as well. We have the same idea. Asta, you and me, bro. We're gonna buy that, like, building in France. And hi, Fluffy. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? I think the key part is to listen. I think that's a really important part. But at the same time, I feel like there's some situations where you need to be seen, and there's some situations when you need help. Because you thought about it so often, right? And you didn't get to a solution. You're stuck and you don't know where to go and how to handle this. I mean, after all, we're all doing this for the first time, right? Like, we're all, or well, I at least think so. Like, under the premise that we're all doing this for the first time here, We all are like, I'm for the first time 25, and like next week I'm gonna be for the first time 26. A year later I'm gonna be for the first time 27. Like, if you start university, you're for the first time a student in university. If you get a kid, you're for the first time a parent. It's like there are so many things we do for the first time on a daily basis. And just with the world, how the world is progressing as well, right? It's like there's things people can help us with because they've been a student too and stuff like this, but times change as well. Like we all live through this specific day for the first time. And I think that's something we need to take into consideration to give ourselves grace. Like how to live life and have a good life and how to like figure all of this out is a tough decision and a tough situation, right? Like it takes a lot of knowledge and a lot of the knowledge we don't even have and nobody does. So I think it's a thing where it's very natural to sometimes be stuck and don't have answers. And it's also a thing where a person can give us advice, but we always need to make that advice our own. Because after all, this situation, like any situation, is entirely unique. There might be, like, the same thing might help as a solution, but the situation is unique. Police officers in my area are getting trained to be mental health officers. A law amendment I wrote out was acknowledged and will be on the agenda for the Governor's Committee for People with Disabilities for April to fine-tune it and present it to change the Texas state code. And I'll be on advisory committee for my local mental health authority. That's really insane, Uguna. That's a huge W right there. I think that police officers in your area getting trained to be mental health officers is huge and could be like an entire game changer. And that there's a law amendment like that it was acknowledged and that it's like it's going to be on the agenda is really really huge, Uguna. I'm so happy to hear this. You should honestly like post this in the good news channel. This is such good news. This is really like this is inspiringly good news. And I hope you know that. Like this is something I will hold on to in my heart to be like change is possible. And like I believe in humanity. Type good news. Like this is amazing. Thank you so much for your work and effort you put into this. What's in your head of being rude? Aw. Is there anything you can... I mean, depending on what they say, maybe there is sort of like evidence you can find to offset what they're saying. Like I feel like I know like the situation for you is like harder. But sometimes when I have like a sort of like I'm struggling with negative self-image, and one could argue I have like negative voices in my head. It really helps me to like I told you guys like last time, right? Like that I have this journal because I struggle sometimes with like feeling like stuck or lazy. And then I look into this journal and see what I have done the entire week. And then I know like actually like this is bullshit. I did so much. And I'm not lazy at all. Like maybe there's something like this you can do for yourself. But I know that it really depends on like what the topic is. Corrupted, let's go! And Fluffy with the 25 stream streak. I think Fluffy is number one, by the way, to anybody with like the stream streak. 25 is crazy. Thank you so much for being here, Fluffy. And Corrupted you as well. It's been a hard fight and still going. I bet, Uguna. I bet. But I'm glad you still put that effort in. I think, you know, like after all, like the world in a way is only going to be as good as we shape it, right? So you're doing a lot right now for our future, for a better future. I'm really glad about that. The voices know I have already have a self-esteem. They prey on that, making me lose the last train of hope I have. Situations like these are really hard. Because on one side you can always argue like, oh yeah, don't listen to the voices, but it's hard. Hmm. I wonder if it might be like if it might help you to share some of the things the voices say. But that entirely depends on you. Only if you want to, and if you think that would help. And like then we could give our opinion to it. When voices say like, oh, you're stupid, like then we can say like no. As that's been a very very good part of our community. I see. There's some like really weird noise outside. I think some like military test or something. Um anyways. Like the whole like because I don't know why. And this is really throwing me off, but sometimes they do like military like tests here and they fly super low. And because I live in like a high building, I'm like very close to them then, right? And the entire air essentially is like making like weird stuff all of a sudden. Anybody wanna share some like kind words with Asta about like how they got to know them? I'm gonna go first. I'm really glad you joined our community, Asta. Like you joined, like you're one of the like first, I think, like new people who essentially like joined this, and you are here, like I think, like honestly, like every stream, and you're like a really like I know that you maybe like don't think that of yourself, like, but I'm just gonna share like my sort of like view here. To me, you're a really stable and safe person. Not in a way of like your mental health, maybe, but in a way that I can trust you. That whenever you show up in chat, you're gonna be kind and you're gonna be polite and you're gonna share your opinion, but you won't overstep boundaries. It's a thing where I don't need to worry that I need to moderate you in any case. You know, like you're socially adapted to the point where I know that you're gonna like step away if something upsets you. And there's like there's like you know, like I can leave you alone in chat, like no worries whatsoever. And I know that you're supportive and that you would help other people in our community if you can. I know that you would help me if you could. Like if there were ever anything to come up like that. I know that whenever you talk about something, you take into account that you make trigger warnings clear if there are any. And I think that's something where, it's like small things, but in a way, it makes you a really safe person. And I think that's, I don't know, like I really like you having in chat. It's really pleasant. You take part in the conversations, you share your opinion, but you're always respectful. But, I think even if it's only for yourself, I definitely do see the effort you put into that. But I also appreciate it because the things we talk about here are very vulnerable, right? So I think it's something where it helps talking about vulnerable things because it makes the whole conversation safer, right? So I'm really glad that you're here. And I hope you know that you're a really positive part of our community, you know? And yeah, like Ellie is also saying, like, you're seen in a very positive light. Like, yes, sometimes you step out because you're like super angry or super pissed off because some person who's about to get banned in 5 minutes is saying bullshit. But that's like entirely fine. And I don't know, like sometimes you share how you don't have many friends, you don't trust people. At the same time, you then share stuff with us where we feel really glad that apparently you trust us enough to share these kind of things. You know? So, yeah. I'm really glad you're part of this community. And you've also shared a lot of knowledge with us about how it is to live with bipolar, for example, how it is to live with schizophrenia, and yeah, these voices in your head. And even though that's for sure a thing where like I hope we could do something, right? It's a thing where I'm really glad to get that insight. And I hope that I'm going to be able to use that insight to be a better mental health advocate than before. And to always learn like every day. So, yeah, even though I can't do anything about these voices, I really hope that you know that we're on your side. We don't agree with these voices. The people you know here and the way you are in this community doesn't, it's ridiculous that we would ever support any of these voices. Because we know you from a totally different side. And to us, you're a really kind person where this world can be grateful for, you know. So just, I think, use that, to believe in yourself and not believe these voices, because we believe in you. Mm. I mean, I think that's also something I do. I think that's something really normal to do, right? Like you treat people like really nice, and like if they ever like prove to you that they're like that they're gonna abuse that, like then you change. But you just give everybody a chance, and I think that's really strong, you know? I think sometimes life can come at us in a way where we really don't want to give it another chance, and we really want to just take that. No. Sorry, the vacuum robot. And sometimes we really want to believe like the easy explanation that, oh, like people you just can't trust ever. Because that's like a very easy rule, right? But I think like putting ourselves out there, like even though we have been like our trust has been broken and or you know, and our vulnerability has been abused maybe by others, it's like putting ourselves out there and giving it another shot after it didn't work is standing up again after you've been put down, right? So not been wait, that's putting down in English means like being like sort of like what you do with an ill dog, right? Um that's not what I mean. Like after you've been brought to your knee? I don't know. You guys know what I mean. The whole epicness of that statement completely gone. I mean, are you interested in mental health talks? Okay, or no? And high tainted wisdom, welcome, welcome. I have all reasons not to trust anyone, but it wouldn't make me feel so alone and miserable. Yeah. I think honestly it's really great that you give yourself another chance at like at life and like putting yourself out there and like wait for that moment where you won't be disappointed and look for that. Right? Because that's hope. One thing I've learned in a book is let them focus on yourself. The best thing you can do. But do. What do you mean let them focus on yourself? Is it more like focus on yourself like oh, it's probably like let them like and then focus on yourself. Right. Yeah. Okay, okay. Nah, it's fine. It's like the comma would have been really useful there, but it's fine. But yeah. I think sometimes like not caring though is like really hard, right? And I don't think it makes like it's bad to care, right? So I feel like that's why sometimes we like really also need to choose ourselves in a way where we choose the social groups we take part in. For example, these like this whole thing of like, yeah, let them like focus on yourself. Like this works if that also means that you don't like entertain them, right? Like essentially the thing this is sort of based on like don't entertain these voices and these like negative conversations. But a focus on what you can do for yourself and what you want to do for yourself in that moment instead. Where like if we let people talk, but we entertain them by giving them our time. For example, if it's like if they're like bad friends, but we still spend time with them. Or if it's like, I don't know, like colleagues we really don't like, but we wouldn't need to sit next to them in the cafeteria, you know? Like we could take distance, but we don't. Or if it's maybe like certain family parts where we're just sort of like scared to make a cut and therefore like entertain them the entire time. Like that's something where if you interpret let them with I'm gonna let them walk all over me without there being any consequences, that's not the right idea, because what is in your in your system is going to influence you at some point. And we can't help but have like some people talk about us, right? But it would like, it's the difference between if there's a person bullying me in my chat, like the difference is I'm gonna ban them, but not worry about what they said. Like I sort of like, I let it go. And but I banned them. Like I'm also not, like I'm not like entertaining them or like letting them talk like this, but not banning them. Like this is a very, very important difference. And I feel like sometimes that difference is not as clear to us, because when I say this as an example with chat, right, it's like super obvious and like entirely makes sense. And everybody's like, yeah, duh. But the thing is, when you make this with, for example, if a family member is like this, and then banning them is gonna cause a little bit of like a social situation, maybe. If it's one of the friends in your friend group, it's gonna cause a little bit of a situation. If it's a coworker, it's gonna cause a little bit of a situation, maybe. Like there's a bunch of situations where banning somebody is not as easy as like banning them out of a chat. And even banning them out of a chat can cause a little bit of a situation. Like I had other people then complain why those people have been banned, and then I found out, it's their second account, right? But you don't know that beforehand. Like literally somebody I ban here could talk shit about me in other streams, right? And could complain about like, oh, how unfair I am and stuff like this. Somebody I ban here could go on my Discord and then like, I don't know, like troll or do whatever, like shitty stuff on my Discord as well. Like there's more ways, and it could cause a little bit of a situation. But I still have to do it. It's still the right decision. And I think that's sort of the thing we should definitely take away from this. But yeah, with like us, the situation is really shitty because he can't really ban the voices out of his head. So that's the... Yeah. Would be nice. Yeah, I wished. I would wish for you too. Greetings from the Netherlands. Oh, yeah, greetings back to you. I live close to Utrecht, by the way. So I'm also here. Yeah. Where's the... To me, it sounds like you just tagged the Granddad Gamer out of nowhere. Like, I don't have any message from them. Like, is there a message from them? Like, should I have a message I don't have? I'm so confused. Navandro, thank you so much for your sub. Thank you for 2 months. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I followed for a while, but never really stayed and watched. The stream was cool. When I see you were following. Oh, 22. No way. That's no. Okay, wait. How do I? February 17, 2024. Ah. Damn. Yeah, we actually we didn't even do mental health streams back then. We were just gaming, actually. Oh yeah, no, it's a bit annoying, but yeah. It's very uncharted territory for me, but I feel I can learn when I can respond appropriately to situations similar to what I read here. Shu, can you explain that again? I'm really confused by the sentence. I feel like I can learn for when I can respond appropriately to situations similar to what I read here. Do you mean you can learn how you can respond appropriately to situations from what you read here? Is that a thing? Like, is that the thing you meant? Gaming what games? I think back then it was mostly like League of Legends, probably. Or Valorant. Oh yeah. I also played Overwatch at some point, or Apex. I did a bunch of things. Oh. So how are you doing, Navandro? Valorant, she played Valorant. True. Right now, I honestly like the only game I play at the moment is League of Legends here and there because I don't play as much anymore. But I did play like one game or something of Valorant a few weeks ago. It was kind of cool. Hi, Grim Reaper. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? I had a big talk with someone about rehab. They didn't understand the risks from detox. Detox from what specifically? From medications or other things? The only voice in my head is what keeps me both in reality and delusion. I fight with myself, but that's what helps me grow mentally, if that makes sense. Yeah, no, I think it makes a lot of sense. I feel like sometimes we don't really want to challenge ourselves, but I feel like these moments where we're in conflict with ourselves are the moments where we find new answers, right? Because if there's a conflict, there's gonna be we need to find a resolution to that conflict within ourselves. So there's gonna be new information at the end of the day. I don't know exactly how I'm doing. Are you in the medication again, which is numbing you? League addict also here. Let's go, girls. Slay. Yep. You never would have guessed League? Well. 7 stream streak. Let's go, Novandro. Drugs and alcohol, the first 10 days and rehabs, detoxing from your addictions. Oh, yeah. So you were talking to somebody who's detoxing right now from drugs or alcohol? The problem with rehab is you gotta get back into the world. You're trying to get her into rehab. How's the problem with rehab that you need to get back into the world? That it's that it's not implementing a long enough behavior change that you can actually do that in, let's say IRL. Oh my god, Bolivia. Hmm? What? Huh? What is that? Never, I don't understand what you're trying to tell me. With the looted and 5k local currency. Oh, damn, Master. So, but so if they, what? So they stole 5k from you. Oh, okay. Because I was about to say, like, when you say, like, you paid it, that's not really, like, them just, like, taking it out of your home without you, like, noticing, right? Damn. In which country do you live again, Navanto? That seems like a really unsafe environment. Hmm. Hmm. I'm glad you're safe, Navandro. Hmm. I'm sorry for you. I want to go a little bit more in detail about the rehab situation. Because I actually like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I never thought about it this way. So I'm actually like, I really like your insights here, Grim Reaper. Um, because you're entirely right. Like rehab is taking you like off the like drugs or the alcohol, but you like usually you get addicted because there is something you want to avoid, right? Like there's some like motivation essentially, like pushing you into addiction of like forgetting something or not being bothered by XYZ. And then at the same time, it's usually addiction, like when we've been addicted for a long time, right? We sort of build our environment to fit that addiction as well, right? Um, so for example, the friends you have might be like also alcoholics. And then you get out and you're like instantly like back in that old environment where you might even like be shamed for like not drinking anymore and stuff like this. Like the support you have, like once you go out, like are out of rehab again, is like really depending on your situation and might not be really good. And at the same time, like, yeah, like you don't only need rehab, right? But you also probably need help with whatever pushed you into addiction to actually get over it properly. And I would hope that this is also being tackled in rehab. So that rehab is a combination out of like, first of all, stopping the addiction, but second of all, therapy. But yeah, I don't know much personally about rehab. Does make me feel bad. I want her to go to rehab and have a better life, but I can't be really honest. Hmm. I mean, in a way, Asa, though, the fact that you nearly died in rehab, but still believe in rehab, is isn't that more of like, doesn't that show how much you believe in rehab? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Like rehab alone, like just getting you off of alcohol and stuff like this is not gonna do the trick. Mm. I'm really glad for you, Asta. So why did you went to rehab in South Africa? Like, is rehab better there than here? Hmm. Navandro, I would really hope that you're not alone with this, but that your parents could support you with this. But I'm glad that you like talk to your friends. Mm. Oh, so there's way different rules around rehabs as well. Let's see. Hmm. Well, I'm glad that rehab worked for you, Esther. I feel like rehabs can probably like still like even once you go back, like everything comes back clashing down. Like maybe there's a way how you can like in rehab also set yourself up to get like therapy after rehab still, right? Or you get a diagnosis in rehab, which is gonna like, I don't know, maybe like a burnout diagnosis or something, which is gonna take away some of the stresses after rehab. Or that you at least gained hope that it could be better and there's a better way, right? But I definitely agree that like just if you're like just being put back into like the normal environment after, it takes a lot of strength to still keep going and then like change your life around your then new sober lifestyle, right? My thoughts on alcohol. Well, I rarely drink alcohol at all. Yeah. Um, I think alcohol is what I don't like about alcohol is that it's like so like the effects of it and especially like the disadvantages it have is really minimized in our society. Like I feel like with drugs, it's a thing where like you can of course like you can choose to do that, but I think like you should be aware of the decision you make in that moment. Um, but there is apparently like there's new knowledge actually that with alcohol, it's always negative. Like back in the day, we thought that only if you drink more than a certain amount of alcohol, it's going to be negative for your body. But nowadays, we actually know that it starts at zero. So, like, if you drink any alcohol at all, like, also if it's just a really, really slim amount, it's bad for your health. So, sort of like knowing this like new information, it definitely made me like I was never like a really like alcohol type person. But like knowing this really made me sort of like look into, for example, because I like cocktails now and then, like I think like it's just I don't know, it's like a fancy drink, right? But I don't need alcohol in it. Like I really don't. I just want like a fancy nice drink. And there's a lot of anti-alcoholic, like really nice cocktails, right? But some of the cocktails I really like just needs like a very specific ingredient, which I only so far found as like the alcohol, right? But nowadays there's a lot of like anti-alcoholic alternatives from the brand of the alcohol, for example. So I don't know if you all know aperitif. It's like this red stuff. And like people usually drink it like with champagne or something like this. I don't do that. That's disgusting. But I use it with bitter lemon and raspberries, and that's really nice. Or with like soda, like wild berry soda. But yeah, bitter lemon is like the really nice. Anyways, but yeah, like this aperitif now is available in like alcohol-free version. So I think that's really cool. Does red wine taste sweet? I have no idea. I don't like wine, and I also don't like beer. Like they're way too bitter. But what about you, Sterling? Well, I mean, also like wheat isn't like entirely healthy, right? I already had a high sensitivity because both my biologic parents were addicts. Hmm. I told you I was a party animal when it came to alcohol. Sure. Loneliness can literally be worse than smoking a pack a day health-wise. Yeah. Have you been here already? Because this is one of the studies I quote like on, or rather an article I quote so much. Lord, do I quote it much. Like we already talked about this article so often here in stream. It is this article, guys. Efteling, welcome and thank you for the follow. For me, I know it's bad, but alcohol is too comforting for me anyway. How is it comforting? Oh my god, you. See, that's the thing, like the one with like, oh, like recommend me a wine which is like good for like the first time I taste like bitter taste and stuff. I never had the motivation to actually like wine. I would just be like, I don't know, like I tried it before, like I'm not gonna like try to find a wine which tastes good. Because I know like it's like health-wise, it's not positive anyway. So it doesn't like I'm not gonna like spend time on finding an option there. Hmm. What? Did you know Lush discovered it? Let me look that up. Oh, there's that bird, look. Oh my lord. Yeah. 10 to 11 meters. Wow. There's like a picture of like how big it would look when like a human is next to it. Jeez. I'm boring. I don't smoke, don't drink alcohol, and don't do drugs. I'm just a grandpa. I don't think that's boring, right? Like, we need to break the stigma here. Like, we can't like behave like that's still the case. Like, I don't smoke, I don't drink, and I don't do drugs. Oh, yeah. Soju is actually like that's like soju is the only thing I recently drank as alcohol actually. Like now I remember like last week when we played D&D, like our entire table shared one bottle, like half a bottle actually of soju. Hi Syntax. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Can you flex your arms? I don't think they're like, oh, there's a little bit, but yeah. I'm like super like unfit. Like I only started like this year to go to the gym, so please don't judge me. Why do you think men struggle to talk about struggles as much as women? I mean, because it's hard, right? I don't know. Like, I'm not sure if I understand the question correctly, but I just think like talking about like being vulnerable, right? And like talking about your struggles is just a tough thing to do. Like you need the right people around you for it to be successful as well. And you need to have learned that it's an option essentially. Like depending on like what your I guess like child situation was, it's gonna be hard or easy for you. Actually, I have something for you, Efteling. Um, there's apparently they did some research on like ants, and they found out that there is like one essentially like one group of ants which is going from I think from like Italy all around to uh like all around to like France or something like this. Like there's like I don't know where it was specifically again, but there's sort of like one weird like group of ants where like they they have like the different uh they have different like homes but sort of like still I don't know like work together. And it's like crazy long. Like what all sort of like how information travels between them, crazy distance. Yeah. Also use some alcohol to like cook or bake, yeah. Mm. You might need mental health support. What do you need mental health support with? Muscle mommy, right? Sure. Mm. Or like the have you ever seen this like the mouth with the teeth of this like really old like shark situation thing. Where like one of the teeth is like, I don't know, like, is it like this? I don't even know. Like, I've only seen pictures of it, but it looks like crazy large. Like, could essentially like eat you in like one. But let's come back to the mental health. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, because what was said, right, from Sterling is why you think men struggle to talk about struggles as much as women. This implies that they struggle the same, and the question is more like, why do they struggle the same as women? Like, they should struggle less or more. So this is why I'm like unsure about the question, because like you guys, I like the more common narrative is that men struggle more to talk about their feelings. I, by the way, feel like we're sort of like this whole thing of like, oh, we need to like rewire, not believe that like men shouldn't cry and all that. I feel like in that moment where it's like, it's a weird situation. Because I think nowadays, like sort of like my generation doesn't have that as much anymore. Like actual experiences where we got like negative feedback like that, I think is happening rarely. But in a weird way, this image, I think, is maintained through this fear being sort of like proclaimed as a fact, how society still works. And then people never even try and never even make their own experiences whether they would actually still get that feedback or not. But they just take that as a fact without ever having experienced this sort of harsh feedback, right? So this is why, like, definitely like the older generations, like the generation of my mom, for example, like they for sure, like they still like they got like ass whooping and stuff like that, you know? So it's a thing that I just sort of like wonder if we were to try today and put ourselves out there, be vulnerable, and see what reactions we get. What reactions would we get? Like, would that still be a thing which we encounter? Because in a weird way, us humans, we're really the way we perceive reality is really dependent on how we expect reality to be, right? So I've heard about this one study. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna find it right now. Let me quickly read through this. Okay. So, let me put that on the screen. So I have like this. I don't know how good of a resource Psychology Today is. But that's the resource I have. I've seen some others. This is just sort of the first one I clicked on. So there's the Dartmouth scar experiment, and the brief overview is, and I'm just gonna like read this out loud now. The Dartmouth scar experiment, researchers set out to study how people with perceived physical deformities, in this case a facial scar, believe others view them. Participants were told that they would be given a realistic-looking scar on their face, which was intended to make them feel physically unattractive. In reality, participants were shown the scar in a mirror and then told that makeup would be applied to simulate the scar throughout the experiment. Unbeknownst to the participants, the scar was removed before they interacted with others. The results were striking. Even without a visible scar, participants continued to believe that others were treating them differently due to their perceived deformity. They reported feeling stigmatized if people were reacting negatively to their appearance, despite the fact that no scar was present. The results highlight the powerful influence of self-perception and how it can distort our interpretation of the world around us. The implications of this study go beyond physical appearance, offering insight into how our internal beliefs and expectations shape our interactions with others. I'm gonna give you guys the link to this so you can read it for yourself if you want to. I'm gonna take it off the screen now. Essentially, this is sort of like what I'm getting at. Because the moment we sort of say that this is a fact and this is how people treat us, we shape an expectation, right? So if we expect others to treat us miserably if we show emotions, we're more likely to perceive others treating us miserably to emotions. And they don't even need, or like to interpret how they treat us as them treating us miserably to us showing emotions. So in a way, in that moment where we take this as a fact, that like, oh, like this is just how society treats you, like there's no like men don't cry and stuff like this. In that moment where we believe that, we are also more likely to interpret the world like this, like according to that belief. Do you believe that love alone is enough reason to get married, or is marriage a serious decision that requires more than emotions that can change over time? I think marriage is a more serious thing. I think marriage itself is like, to me, it doesn't matter. But spending a life together, making that decision to spend a life together, is a decision you need more than love for. I think there's a lot of people on the planet you can love. And I think with all of them, your life is going to be different. Knowing that we all have only one life, it makes a lot of sense to check what life you want to live and if that's going to work well with your partner. So I think two people can love each other and then still decide to break up because the way they want to live their life is not aligning nicely. Well, the thing is, Tainted Wisdom, you can now still change that, right? So this is essentially with with therapy, because I am coming like, I'm not a guy, right? But I'm coming from your place, people. I essentially in therapy, and like before that, I always thought, because of like the way of my upbringing worked, right? That showing emotions is bad. Essentially also like showing like vulnerability specifically is gonna get you treated just weak. Like people are gonna go over your head. They're gonna decide for you. Like essentially you're gonna lose credibility, responsibility, respect, and your normal human rights. This was something I learned by experience. This is not something I learned by society telling me this. This is something I learned from my childhood, right? So in a way, you could argue this is more rooted in my deeper part of my brain, because I had an experience and I developed this survival strategy based on that experience. In therapy, then, essentially the first step is to understand yourself, to understand that how life has influenced you. So I started to understand that with the life I had as a kid, like all of these things I did and all of these like coping mechanisms, all of these safety mechanisms made a lot of sense back then. And they were the best I could do for myself as a kid. But at the end of the day, you need to put yourself out there and you need to make that decision. It's not like no matter of like talking about it is gonna make confronting your fears not scary. And that's just the way life is. Like life is about overcoming obstacles, adapting, adjusting, understanding, finding a solution, and then actually pulling through with that solution. Like life is in that way still this old survival game. You know, like back then, our most like biggest concern was where can we sleep? Are we gonna be safe while sleeping, or is like a tiger gonna eat us? And do we have enough food and water? You know, and like maybe probably also temperature. Nowadays it's different. But it's still in a way that we understand if there's a problem and we don't close our eyes in front of it. Because just because we don't want to see that food is going to run out tomorrow, it's not going to make food running out tomorrow go away. So in that moment where we actually know that like, okay, social media is ruining my life and like doom scrolling is ruining my life, but instead of doing something against it, I'm just going to complain about social media and keep on doing that. That's the moment where we just sit at the fire and are like, oh, tomorrow the food is running out. Sucks. Man, you know, but like we're not doing anything, we're just sitting there. And in that way, we don't, there's like life is really about balance. And I hate to tell you this because it's really unsatisfying because balance is hard. And balance is really complicated. With balance, you can't like make an easy guide to it because it's a balance which is individual as well, right? So knowing that life is a balance, and this will always be like a forever old task to actually get the balance right, and you're never going to be entirely successful probably, it's a thing where because life is a balance, there's like it's neither the solution to like baby yourself to the point that you hope somebody will save you, even though this is your life and you're really the person who needs to save themselves. Like if you don't, like how is somebody going to help you if you don't want help? You know, and like you setting yourself up for success, for example, by just going to therapy and stuff like this, is also a good, like, can work well, right? Like this is like there's no shame in that, but it's just making decisions which gonna make your situation better, like in one way or another. Like you don't need to fight yourself, but you need to make any type of decision which is gonna help you. Believing in, I don't know, the ghost of the forest is probably not gonna help you. And the second thing is, which would be the other extreme, is this whole thing of like, oh, just ignore your entire feelings and just pull through. Just work harder, just do more, just like never be sad. It's just a mind diff, you know? Like going that way, like that's also not true. Because sometimes we can't do things alone. Like you can of course sit there at the fire and be like, okay, but tomorrow, like I'm gonna find food and I'm gonna work twice as hard and I'm gonna like risk my life doing so. But if the best decision would actually be to like go over to the other tribe and ask them for help, you just made the wrong decision, you know. And you might not have set yourself up for success in that moment, but just to a losing battle. Like maybe 5 of the like other warriors, you know, have died and you're alone now. Like trying to like do the work of 5 people is not a smart choice. It's setting yourself up for failure. And I think this is really the sort of balance we need to strike. Like we need to take responsibility and accountability for our own life. But at the same time, we also need to see that our emotions and the information we get from reality, essentially, should be taken into account. And when our body is telling us our situation is shit and we hate our life, there might be some truth in that. And just trying to not hate your life might not fix the problem. And I think that's really like the dance we're trying to ace, right? So let me read through all your messages. Hi, Sophus, welcome. Okay, I think here. Toxic masculinity has been taught for 1,000 years minimum. However, toxic femininity has also been around for as long. It takes realizing that we're humans before men in false teachings. Yeah. I think men struggle more in brackets because we can't show weakness. We have to be strong, have to be capable of taking care of ourselves, both because the world wants us to, because we want. Yeah, I think we sort of like been asked, like I think I sort of answered that before, right? With saying how our perception is sort of like influencing that image as well, right? Hi Bruno, welcome. I also don't know what generation I'm at. I'm like, I'm 25. I don't know. Born in 2000. I don't know. I don't like. I'm sort of like the more I get into this whole like dilemma um with how society has shaped us. I think that moment, I don't know, like I don't want to go into a direction where we're gonna be like, oh, men have it worse than women. Because it's not, you know, like this is not really helpful. It's essentially like this kindergarten thing of like, and I don't know if you ever had this, but it wasn't in the kindergarten actually, it was in school. In one of the like first grades, for whatever reason, we had like a huge discussion in school where like a person said they had seen, like they were like really emotional, and we're like, oh my god, like on the way here I've seen like a cat being run over or something. And then some people didn't want to hold space for that. And to sort of like bully that girl out of showing her vulnerability to this topic, it turned into a whole discussion about who has it worse. And like, I seen the cat of my neighbor I knew for 5 years die right in front of my eyes, and like all the guts spilled and stuff. It's like, this is not helpful. This is kindergarten bullshit. Like, we're not gonna go around here and be like, I have it worse. Like, this is not helpful. Also, we don't know shit. Like, we can't know, right? Like, there's no official, like, we're not gonna like go through a checklist and then be like, see, I have like 99 out of 100 points, you only have 50, like I have it worse. Like, that's not how this works, and that's not even helpful. It's actually taking away from the actual discussion. Because the point is not that men have it worse than women or that women have it worse than men. The point is that we have it shitty and we need to change something. Like, some people suffer in our society and we know how we can make it better and we should make it better. So instead of turning into this like, oh, stop crying, like I have it worse, be like, you know what? Cry louder because they still don't hear us. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think that's really, really important to like keep close. Because that's also the part how you actually like available for the other people around you, right? Like if we argue like, oh, like men have it worse than women, so I can't talk about my childhood then. And like my experiences then like dismissed because like I essentially got like exactly these teachings, but like that's worse. Or like it's just, yeah, I don't know, it's so easy to fall into this because I feel like this is being brought up so often, this whole thing of like you versus me. So it's super, super easy to fall into this, and I sometimes fall into this as well. But it's just in that moment we really miss the opportunity for connecting with another person who suffers and actually deciphering what the problem is and then doing something against that problem. I don't think we're going to get to any sort of solution when we're like, you're bullshit, I have it worse. I think we're gonna get to a solution when we take the hand of the other person and we're like, I see you, I hear you, and this sucks ass, and we need to change something. I think that's gonna help us. And ask about your thoughts on the whole Marvel rival situation. I have no idea about that situation. Are you referring to the whole Rivals tournament thing where someone got kicked? Um, born right when the world changed, I guess. I'm not saying men have it worse, but they get stigmatized way more. That's still sort of like saying the same thing, no? Hi, how do you get over someone who was your right person at the very wrong timing and whom you never dated but shared a lot of heartwarming moments with? I think Ali, it really depends on what is keeping you from getting over it, right? Like, what are you holding on to specifically? If you want to share that, I'm like, because I have some interesting like interesting insights there. Yeah. I think it's really important, right, Cybercode, that we just see the victims. Because there are some women who are like entirely fine. There are some men who are entirely fine. There are some women who were victims of something, and there are some men who were victims of something, right? I think putting the victim label on an entire group of people is only helpful if there's like systematic issues we need to change, but not really to then compare. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it feels like I get looked down at when I share my struggle with a real life friend, and when a female friend shares a struggle, everyone will rally around her. The same treatment is why I stopped sharing at all. I think so. See here, it's like I don't want to like take away from that experience, but that is a single experience. That is not a statement about the entire society and everybody in that society, right? And that's sort of the thing, right? Because when you say like men have it worse than women and men get like more stigmatized than women, you're less likely to get my compassion. Because I'm a woman and you dismiss my suffering with that, right? Yeah, like you dismiss the hardships I've gone through. But when you share this, I see you. And that sucks, and I'm really sorry for you. I think there's definitely spaces where that wouldn't be the case. You know? So this is the thing I'm pointing out. Because in that moment, you could look for a connection by sharing with me your struggle. And then you get connection from me. But if you make this into like, oh, like you have it better than me, then it's like taking away something from me in that moment, which it doesn't have to, right? Like, not all friend groups are nice, right? And that sucks. And I feel like sometimes, or usually generally, the idea in therapy is, right, that the only person you can change are you. If this is a pattern you encounter, the only thing you can change is you, right? And even then, like even if it is a sort of like a systemic issue, like a societal problem, then what really helps is like opening up a space for men where they can like talk about their feelings. And like finding, like creating a solution, right? And being part of that solution. Ellie, I'm gonna come back to you in a second. Really sorry. The problem though is when someone shares their struggle, it is instantly a pain comparison between the two people. I think it doesn't have to be. I think it depends a lot of communication and the communication partner you have, right? I think when someone shares their pain, the other person should listen and go from there. Without either person dismissing the other, I've had a couple tell each other their pains. They constantly battle to see who has it worse. Yeah, I think it's a thing where like a lot of people like lack certain skills, right? So, and I feel like that could maybe be a thing that like women have like more emotional support skills than men. Or that it's like there's more representation on how to support somebody if they're for example if they're crying, as in like how to support somebody who's angry, right? But yeah, in the end it's still like it doesn't need to be a pain comparison, and we can change that to not be like this as well. So I don't know, like some people like are not going to be able to offer us that, right? Like for some people it's always going to stay a pain comparison, but we don't, like thankfully there's like a lot of people on this planet. Like we can find people where it works like better with, you know? Yeah. I think that's really cool, Tainted Wisdom. I think that's really cool. And I think that's honestly like a really good step. Like you put yourself out there and you saw what you got back. And I don't know, like I honestly like what I learned is that when I ask for like, so because like sharing like and emotional sharing for me was also really hard, right? What I started to notice actually is that it's really hard because the way I share my emotions is in a way where people can't easily help me. Because I don't tell them what I need, but I tell them the problem. Like the way I communicated my struggles were essentially baiting to then like get a sort of a solution for the problem instead of emotional support. And another thing was that yeah, some people just don't really like, they don't entirely know how to help. Like especially for a person who's like not like crying, but more like still sort of confident, but more like angry. Like, they don't really know what to do. And it takes the right person to be like that. Like, with my mom, for example, oh, it's perfect. Like, I like call my mom and I'm like, oh my God, this happened. And like, can you believe that? And she's gonna be like, no way, like, we're gonna, like, I'm gonna call the lawyers, like, somebody needs to, like, kick their ass, like, what the fuck? And like, she's like matching my energy in that moment. But with Zach, for example, like, hey, Zach, like, this happened. And he's gonna be like, oh no, I'm so sorry for you. This is not the energy I'm having. It's so unhelpful in that moment. It's so unhelpful that it can make me mad, actually. Because it's like, don't baby me. Like, this is such injustice. And you're just, like, babying me. Like, that's not gonna help. You know, so it takes the right person. It takes a lot to get the emotional support you want, you know? So it's not easy, but it's not easy for a lot of people. So it's, you know, it's like, it might be a problem with like certain friends that they can't give you that emotional support. It might be a thing where you need to properly talk to somebody and explain them what emotional support looks like for you, right? Like, the other day I had, like, oh my God, it was so embarrassing. Like, before my last therapy session, right? I think I told you about this. Like, before my last therapy session, I texted my therapist a message with like what I want to do in the last session. And I remembered like, yeah, true, he has like he has a number actually, so I can just text him on WhatsApp. And I looked up his name in my WhatsApp, and then I was like, yeah, his name. And I texted him the message. After I texted the message, I looked at the picture and I was like, huh? Why? Huh? And then I made the picture big, and I was like, oh. I texted it to a person who was back then in my school. In the class of Zach. I have not had contact to this person really ever. They were only at some point in the same group I was in. I don't even know if I've ever seen that person, really. But I have no recollection of anything, sort of. I just texted them my deepest emotional message of like, hey, I'm getting like a bit scared because of like the last therapy session. Like, I thought about what we're gonna do, and like I think this would be the plan, and like there's really a tough time. Like, I noticed how I'm handling it better, but it's really exhausting and stuff like that. Like, it was such a long message sent to that guy, like a stranger essentially, but not a stranger, which is worse. Like, they don't know me, they're not friends with me, but they know who I am, and they know my friends. This is so bad. It was so embarrassing. So I see that, and I think like, oh, no, I'm gonna delete it, and then I see it already has 2 check marks, so he has seen it already. I wanted to die in that moment. Oh my God. I saw it and I was like, no! No, not really. Oh my Lord, this is so embarrassing. So I deleted the message and I sent him a message like, oh my God, this is the most embarrassing missend ever. I'm so sorry. Please ignore that. Oh my God, this is embarrassing. I then sent the message to my actual therapist. And I sent a voice message to my friends. And they are a couple. They're the couple we play like D&D with. They're a little bit older. We know them from Zach's work, but we know them already for like 2 years or something. So I sent them like a voice message being like, oh my God, guys, I need emotional support. This is so embarrassing. I just made this message, blah, 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 to my therapist, and I sent it to a guy from school. Oh my God. This is so embarrassing. And I was like half laughing and also dying inside. So I sent them the message. And later then, I got a voice message back where she answered to me. And the sad part is the answer was not helpful at all. I didn't even listen through the whole thing. The answer was essentially like super neutral, more like a lawyer type situation of like, ah, I see that. I can see how that's embarrassing. Well, like in WhatsApp, you can delete messages. Like, click on the message and but maybe you can just send him that you like that you're like really sorry and and that like this won't happen again, and then he might be okay. And then it's probably gonna be fine. Like they can't really do anything bad. Like it's like if you tell them you're like just tell them like you're really sorry, and then it's like probably like gonna be fine. And like maybe like you can, I guess you can ban them, but like I don't know. I think I would just say like I'm like really really sorry, and like this was just like this was not to you, and stuff like this. This was not matching my emotions at all. I'm not worried that this person is going to be a dick about it. Not worried at all. Who would be a dick about this? This is clearly so embarrassing for me. Who would be weird about this? So I wasn't worried at all that this person is going to be mean. I was just like, this is so embarrassing. Also, of course, I didn't need help with deleting the message. I'm 25. I can delete messages in WhatsApp on my own. Thank you. But it was just, you know, like, yeah. She tried, but sadly, it wasn't the emotional support I needed in that moment. But yeah, like stuff like this can happen, you know? Like it's like some people like don't know what to do in those moments, and like don't understand the like what they can do for you, right? So she was like, well, I'm like not here, I'm not like close by, like I'm gonna like tell you how to fix the situation, and like then good luck, I don't know, you know? So it's a thing where like it also depends on like really like this can happen to you with anybody, that like you don't get the emotional support you wanted or you needed, right? Like it's a thing which isn't easy. And that's like entirely okay. And it takes a bit of work. So like then I sort of like answered her like, yeah, like guys, sorry, but this is like not actually the emotional support I was looking for. Like I was more like I wasn't really looking for advice. I'm also not really worried about that. I was just sort of like looking for yeah, like I guess like empathy of like how embarrassing that is. You know, so it's really like sometimes it is like that. That's why it's so important that we're able to be there for ourselves, right? Because we can't like sometimes it's gonna go wrong. But when I like told my therapist, for example, like he answered exactly the way my mom would. He was like laughing and just being like, no, you did not. And yeah, that's sort of like the response. Like I can like this is the vibe, you know, I need in that moment. And this is the vibe I get from my mom as well. Like this is also why, for example, my mom, even if we have like a lot of disagreements, we're still really close. Because we just match on that level like nobody else. Like she understands when I need help with something, and she understands when I just need my emotions to be let out, you know. So yeah. Yeah. So it's yeah, like I don't know, like emotional support is hard, and like getting good at emotional support is also hard. Like also from me for Zach, for example. Like he sometimes he like comes to me with like a problem he had. And I'm convinced he actually wants advice. Because he tells me the problem and no emotions. Just the problem. So I'm like, yeah, like obviously, like you don't tell me a solution, so you need a solution. So I'm gonna give you a solution, no worries. He actually doesn't like that. he doesn't want a solution at that moment. Like, he's trying to tell me his emotions. He's not very good at that, but he's trying to. And that's a thing where, like, sometimes we just really, like, there's so many things between people, right? That, like, getting the emotional support you need can be really difficult. And it just needs some more help. And it needs some, like, then being, like, out of the moment, like, okay, or, like, seeing the other person is not really, like, doesn't seem, like, super happy with what you said, or, like, relieved, or, like, really helped. And then you can say, sort of, like, how can I help you? Like, what can I do? Like, do you want, like, a hug, or do you want, like, advice, or, like, what do you want from me, you know? And that's, like, really fair. This is why, like, giving emotional support, like, seeing eye to eye with the other person is so much easier. Because the friend I just told you about, like, when we're at the table, she can match my vibe. No problem. But because it was a voice message, there was, like, some information lacking, you know? That's fine. Happens. So, essentially, what I'm getting into here as well is I'm not trying to dismiss anybody of their perception of, like, oh, but it's, like, so much harder for men. You know, like, believe that. I don't give a fuck. The thing I want to point out is, first of all, be aware how that can take away from other people and actually, like, be in the way of you getting compassion. And the second thing is, with sort of the example I just made, is, like, in any case, the thing, how you get the emotional support you want, is going to be finding the right people, and then also putting in some work to explain them what sort of emotional support you need, and maybe put in some work on your own to sort of be able to say that better, or, like, show that better to the other person, to streamline that. Because, I don't know, like, if we wait for a solution by the government, we're gonna wait long. Like, do you know how long we knew that lead pipes cause lead poisoning, and that this is, like, really, really bad? And how long it took for us to actually, like, make them illegal? In Germany, that took 10 years. 10 years. From knowing water, like, drinking water lead pipes cause lead poisoning, to then the government being like, hey guys, please don't use lead anymore. 10 years. And then there was a period of them all being like, oh, but, well, we now have all of these lead pipes, so whenever, like, people are not looking, I'm just gonna put them in, you know? So, like, the solution is not gonna be for the system to wait to change and, like, put everything in place for us. Like, the solution is that we're empowering ourselves to actually get the emotional support we need. That means finding the right people. That means learning, like, getting better in communication to then be able to advocate for ourselves better in those moments. It's gonna be to, like, if something went wrong, then later have the energy and put the effort in to, like, come back to it and just be like, hey, I'm sorry I didn't, like, really answer on that message anymore, but that was really not, like, that actually made me, like, low-key angry. Like, it was not helping me at all. And, like, I think what I was really actually looking for was just some compassion of being like, well, actually, that really sucks, you know? And just, like, not being, like, not feeling alone with the suffering. Or I don't know, like, if we have a tough day, and then, like, people are like, I don't, like, sometimes we don't really want to talk about it, but we just really want to focus on something else, right? Because we know we're, like, in that downward spiral, and there's, like, no way in hell, like, thinking about it's gonna help right now. And we just need to get out of that spiral. And then we, like, tell a friend, like, oh, I have a really bad day, like, can I come over? And we just, like, do something. And then they really want to talk to you. And I, like, the entire time, like, oh yeah, like, you know, like, tell me, you can tell me now. Or, like, is it your parents again? And they, like, absolutely get into it. And it's okay to then just say, like, hey, I appreciate you trying to be there for me, but what I actually need right now is, let's just do something to get my mind out of this. Like, I just need to get grounded again. I just need to, like, be out of that, get a break, and then come back to it later. And like, I'm gonna do the entire rest, you know. But the best thing you can do for me right now is make stupid ass jokes and, you know, like do something fun with me. Like that's sort of the thing I'm looking for. Like there's like this is what we can do for ourselves. So, and this is also why like therapy is sometimes so interesting, because even though like the narrative of like a person might change and be different to like the narrative of other people, and there's definitely like awareness and like sort of like this like psychoeducation and stuff like this helps, but in a funny way there is like certain things which just like always work, because no matter why that happens, the solution is the same. I just remembered how was the butter chicken amazing. Super. So, I'm gonna like read your messages, and then I'm gonna go into Ellie's messages, and then you get the whatever you need. I can just be present and listen, but I don't know how I should comfort. Yeah. I mean, it's like learning how to be like good emotional support is definitely like for some people more challenging than for others. It also really depends on what you learn from home, right? So like I only know from home that either like give a solution or just be like, oh no, and then like really get into these feelings with the other person. And like other stuff like this, I also had to learn. So I really, in that way, I really like I don't know like really why, but I really like K-dramas. Because I feel like they show a lot of ways how to like give emotional support to a person, because there's like different types of so many different types of characters. And because the characters are usually so exaggerated, it's like really easy to follow. I only share with my therapist, but I'm just unavailable as my friends when they come to me, but then I'm the bad guy. Why should I be emotionally available to my friends when they do not take me serious? Oh, I don't. I think this is actually harmful. Because I feel like there's a lot of things people do without like not with bad intent, right? So for example, Chu just said like he's like they're like present and listening but don't really know how to comfort. Like that would, for example, could be a friend who looks like they don't take your emotions serious. But like they're trying their best, you know. It's just like that's not really something they're like really good at. But is it then okay to sort of like punish them with being unavailable to them? Also, like, is it something we want to do? Like, do we want to punish the people around us with the treatment like they give us to give them? Like, I feel like if you don't like your friends because you think they don't take you seriously, like on purpose, to the point that you think it's okay to essentially be like be emotionally unavailable to them and not even try to help them when they come to you. Like, if you think that's fair, I don't think you're friends. I think you hate your friends and you should dump them. And that's probably better for both, honestly. Like, I feel like you shouldn't have people around you resent. I think that's, I don't know, like this can happen so easily in a relationship as well. Where like we resent our partner for something where we put like harmful intent on them. And it's like, you know, like sometimes we can't change that, but we shouldn't be together with a person we resent. Like if we think they're bad, like it doesn't really matter if they're bad or not, but if we think that, we're gonna treat them like they are. So essentially, like for us, the reality is already decided in that moment, right? And essentially, we're just making the decision to torture ourselves because we keep a bad person around, instead of like actually putting in the consequences and like cutting them off and like being free of them. You know, at the same time, we might be punishing somebody who doesn't even deserve punishing because they never intended to do such a thing. But we're not bringing it up and we're not giving any possibility for the problem to be resolved because we're essentially judging them and punishing them without them ever knowing. And I think this is something which is really, really harmful. So I feel like, honestly, the best advice I can give you is it doesn't matter if it makes you look like an asshole. Like, even if it's like your girlfriend is loved by everybody, including your parents. If you resent that person, don't have contact with them anymore. Like, don't keep a person around you don't like just because the people around, because you fear the judgment of others for you not liking them. Don't keep them around if you don't like them. And it's like, I will like sign anything that is for both people's good in that moment. Because this is essentially how a toxic relationship starts. Between friends, between partners, it doesn't matter. But when people just judge others and punish them on their own without ever giving another solution to this, it's toxic. And you can argue all day whether the others are first or you went first, but it doesn't matter because this is toxic behavior, no matter what came first. Stretching makes sense. And then I don't know, it's also kind of sad, right? Like, you're just keeping a person around you don't like. And you're like, every time they come to you again, and every time you feel like, oh, I would need to talk to somebody. And then you technically like have a friend, but you can't talk to them. Or like they can't come to you with something. And like, then you like keep your mouth shut and like don't help them and are emotionally unavailable. You engage every time with this weird, twisted, toxic way of friendship. And that's just, I don't know, like everybody has a right to good friends. And, or like, no, I'm not going to say a right to good friends. That's wrong. But everybody, I think, deserves good friends. And I don't think we should settle for friends we don't like. I think we should like dump that friendship and find people we actually like. Because I don't think anybody deserves to be treated like a friend who is hated, but then still kept around. Because that can be really complicated. Like, I don't know, like with my mom for a long time, I thought, and this is not really my mom's fault because my dad manipulated me. But for a long time, I felt like my mom doesn't like me and doesn't want me as her kid. And that was so hurtful every time. So I think, I don't know, I think the worst thing really is not to be dumped, but to notice and have that doubt the entire time, that feeling in your chest that you're not wanted, but they keep you around. And you're constantly doubting whether that's the thing you should believe now, and that's the, like, this is proof they don't like me, and this is like, now I can dump them. And then there's like something like, okay, and then you're like, oh, maybe it was just something else. Because I feel like most people actually notice if there's resentment and hidden resentment. And it doesn't feel safe. But we're just A lot of the time we're like just too insecure to then actually like dump the other person. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of different things people want from emotional support. I think that most people prefer this than being given solutions. I think it really depends actually. But I think I guess the most part, like the most situations in life are really about just being there for the other person and not giving solutions. Because like usually it's just like our own life and we just need to figure it out, like what we want to do and what we don't want to do, right? So I think like the more common situation is just that we want like support or yeah, emotional support, but not like that we can like figure it out on our own, but we're like emotionally impacted from it. Hi Riri. Welcome, welcome. Gut feeling? Mm-hmm. But to be fair, they've never been there for me for emotional support. I mean, since when have you not given them a chance? Right? And it's also, again, like, have you tried to like explain them what you need? It's like I'm not gonna I don't want to like be like I'm not trying to be on their side, you know? But I just wanna and then they will just walk away. And that's like one of those moments where you think they hate you. I think when you feel hated, you know, like maybe they resent you for something. I don't know, like when you like have you ever talked about that you sometimes feel like they hate you? Or like that you don't feel like emotionally supported? Like was that ever like actually like was there any sort of answer to that ever? I feel like for my older brother, I love him dearly and I look up to him, like he inspires me, but I feel like I can't reach him on an emotional level. Yeah. 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 With my sisters, I would really like to help them, but they also like they never actually reach out. It's well, I'm here once they do. Until then, I'm just gonna let them know every time that I'm here once they do. And we'll see when that's gonna happen. But yeah, with my mom as well, for like some things, there's like there's no point of like talking to her. So this is why usually actually we have like a bunch of people around us, and I don't mean like a really high number, but just like multiple people. So we have like we don't expect all of the things, like all of our needs, to be met by one person, but some needs are met by our partner, hopefully most, but you know. And then some needs are met by that friend, and then some needs are met by the other friend, and then some needs are met by our family, and then some needs are well met by ourselves. Like most of our needs should be met by ourselves, but like, you know, the more social ones. I know. They have an answer, but they expect me to be emotionally available for everyone. I mean, as that, if you feel used by your friends and like they hate you, just don't do that for yourself. Like to yourself. Like exactly, if you feel like that foster kid in a family you don't like, now you're an adult. You can choose to cut those people out. Now you can protect yourself. Like when we come from a really toxic sort of like environment in our family, it's actually very normal to find such an environment which is sort of like that but different, such an environment as an adult again. it's also really normal to actually find that in your partner again. Sort of like the best and the worst things of your childhood, essentially. Because that feels like home. Home sometimes feels like shit, though. And then we need to find out what we actually want to feel like. Right? But then I have no one, and it scares me even more. I get that. Yeah, I get that. Sometimes, you know, with my dad, I had that as well. I thought, like, I felt dependent on him. Like, I didn't like him, but I was dependent on him. And I couldn't make that decision to just let go of him because I thought, like, then I'm alone, actually. Like, my mom doesn't like me, and then I'm alone. And nowadays, I really, like, this is honestly, like, I don't know if it's a regret, because, like, who would I be today if I didn't gone through that hardship, right? Like, but at the same time, like, I'm gonna definitely do it different today if I ever are in one of those situations. Because I thought when I let go of him, I would be alone. What I didn't see is that some doors who you leave open keep other doors closed. Having the door open to my dad kept the door open to my kept the door closed to my mom. Having the door open to my dad kept the door closed to a bunch of other things for myself. And sometimes, and actually quite a lot of times actually in life, we need to choose to be brave and need to decide whether we either want to settle for mediocrity or be brave and reach for something better, right? But if we're never brave and we never reach for something better and we never give ourselves the chance on something different, we also don't need to blame it on other people, right? Like, life is unfair. Life is a survival situation, really. Yeah. Like, I stopped having contact with my dad. And, well, I didn't found a different dad or anything, right? Like, that's not something which is gonna be replaced. But I found how a lot of things are able to heal now. How I'm gaining back self-confidence because I'm not doubting myself the entire time if there's like something coming, if there's some hidden resentment, if all of these things. Like, you're still in that survival situation. You're still that foster kid all over again. And how could you expect that kid to be brave and be vulnerable and meet new people and behave like everything is fine if it's still in that environment? You know? I feel like in a weird way, having gone through like a lot of bullshit is also something nice in those moments. Because, I don't know, like for me, it was like, I guess one could argue rather soon started with therapy. Maybe sooner than others, you know? And that was really because I was like, you know, like if that's gonna be it, what do I lose? You know, like whatever. Like I'm just gonna try. Like it can't really be like much worse, you know. Mm. No, I understand. I mean, you know, in those moments, it's like we had this talk with Navandra at some point. I don't know if you remember. I'm just honestly, I'm ignoring Ellie, by the way, at this point. Like, I don't know if you're still here, Ellie. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, I do really want to talk about your messages as well. Sorry that it's taking so long. I just think that's like really important right now. So with Navandro, we talked about how something can sometimes be like really, really scary. And we just either like, we feel like we're in that situation of like, we either do it or we don't. But that's thankfully not the situation, right? Because we can prepare ourselves. So if you know you're like really scared because of your mental health issues, like you need like a certain level of like support, because otherwise you don't know if you like can do it still, right? And you're scared that like this is going to go wrong once you like end the friendship with those other people, right? There's like, you can try to make a plan out of this. Like, try to, while you have that old support network, try to build a new one. And it can be small, but like, try to build your way and prepare yourself for that day where you can then be like, okay, cut, and now I'm gonna start new. Because I sort of like, I found like one other friend, and I found this other like group I can attend to, or like stuff like this, you know? Like where you build yourself like a support system where like maybe it's not that good, but you know, like considering there's also toxic, and probably like maybe it's not good enough. And then you can go. Because this is like, I don't know, like for you as a child, for example, like just leaving would have been like really, really scary, right? Like you're a kid, like how the fuck do you know like how the world works and where you get like an apartment from and like how all of this works? Like you don't know. So essentially, like make sort of like an escape plan. Like you know this is shit, and how can you move on to a safe space? What do you need to be sustainable in that safe space? Like how much support do you need? Like with your therapist, with the stream here, like do you need like one more friend, two more friends? Do you maybe want to have somebody like actually like living with you in an apartment or something? Like do you maybe want to live in a different city? Is that maybe important? Because otherwise you're going to be worried that those people are going to come around, right? Of course you ask that. That's not the question. Like you decided for yourself. You did all of this therapy in hope for something better. Right? So, you know, it's fine to feel overwhelmed right now. You know what? Like just write something down so you know like the topic, I guess. Like write it down on a sheet of paper so you don't need to like keep it in your mind right now. And like the things you want to like think about or talk about with your therapist. The things you want to take away from it. Like write it down somewhere. Then close the page and just like go for a walk with your dog or something, you know? Yeah, for example, a digital journal. That's perfect. And because then you can just, you know, you can let go of the topic. You don't need to worry about forgetting it. And you can take a break. Hello, Apai. Welcome, welcome. That's very good. Focus on the doggo. Give her some pets. Yeah. Hi, Bald Saber. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Ellie, are you still here? And Glute. Okay. Well, Glue, welcome to the stream as well. But what you said with the doors, I feel that with my ex-best friend. I had to block her because she was being toxic every day, snapping at me for no reason, and also my other friends. Now that she's gone from my life, I feel horrible and salty, but at the same time free. Yeah. It's like there's like for example, like this was like I can give sort of like another insight into this. Because I in like 2021, I think. So Christmas 2021, I broke off contact with my dad. He was still living above me though. So 2022, beginning of 2022, I moved to the Netherlands. But I still had my dad like on my Instagram. At some point I unblocked him there. And or at some point he texted me there or something like this, I don't know. Like a year later maybe. Or some months later. And he was just sort of like trying to push me to like have contact with my grandma again, and essentially like trying to guilt trip me back into a relationship with him. So he was like saying how like, oh yeah, my grandma's getting old and actually like rather like we should rather settle this soon because like, you know, like she's gonna die. Like really nasty, you know? And then at the same time, being like, oh, this was all just like you just like misunderstood everything. Like, yeah, sure, like the years of abuse I just misunderstood completely, like for sure. And sort of like saying all of these things. And I said like, no, I'm not done with therapy right now. Like I need more time and more space. So please respect that. At the beginning he did respect that. Then I blocked him again. And then at some point I unblocked him again. Because I thought like, you know, it's been like a year and a half or something. It's probably gonna be fine. Like he's probably like sort of like at some point insight must have come, right? And he was super hurtful. Like in the beginning he was still respectful, but at some point, probably he drunk or whatever. Like as I know him, he probably drunk. He was super hurtful. And just saying how I'm super selfish to break off contact and how I'm like I'm essentially like a bad daughter and toxic and all of this. And how he had like such a tough life and I'm just like out to get him essentially. I'm like, I blocked you, like out to get you, like I could probably like bring you in jail, like what are you saying? And so I just blocked him again, and at this point he was blocked forever. Like he doesn't get another chance. He had two. He had many. He had so many before I actually blocked contact. But when I talked about this with my therapist, like it was not the one I was recently at. So it was, I think it was maybe it was the psychiatrist, or my therapist before that. I don't know who it was anymore, but so I talked about this in therapy, and essentially when I told that person like, oh yeah, I like now like blocked him like 3 months ago or something, you know, like fully like forever. There were like, oh, and like it was, I think it was actually maybe it was the like first therapist even, because true, I had like time between starting therapy and coming to the Netherlands. But I was going on about like how I like stopped contact and was out of that thing in like Christmas 2021. But then I said like, yeah, like but like now like 3 months ago I like blocked him totally. And then she told me like, oh, so you're out of the toxic environment since 3 months. Okay. And noted that down. That was like but I just, excuse me? Like I just told you I was out like in Christmas 2021. Like what do you mean? Like I kept myself safe, like I moved out of the country, like I blocked them sometime, and then like I was just texting like and putting down my boundaries and stuff like this. And she was like, yeah, but like he was still manipulating you. Like he was still like guilt tripping you, gaslighting you, and like all of that stuff. Like yeah, it was less, but it's like still, you know, it's like still the same. like you're still in, like you're not fully out of that environment. And yeah, she was right. Because that just keeps your thought process in that environment. And yeah, you know. How's the session? I think the session is really good, actually. How are you doing, Boat Saver? But yeah, it can be really scary to make the decision to get out of a toxic environment. But it's really for the better. And you know, some people are gonna be toxic for us, even though they're not toxic. With some people, just the way they talk, the language they use is gonna be triggering for us and put us in a headspace where we don't want to be. So we don't need the official reason that, oh yeah, we found out they are for sure like really, really toxic, you know. But we can also just, like, we're allowed to choose who we're friends with, and we're allowed to not feel like being friends with somebody anymore. You know? Like, there's, in a weird way, we have so much more information than we think. Because of all the like bodily signals, they're just so tiny, and like this like gut feeling we have. Like it's not coming out of nowhere. It's not insane, you know? Like sometimes it's out of balance, for sure. Because sometimes it's trained on a subset of like really, really toxic people. But we also, to some extent, need to trust ourselves and shouldn't wait for the official public opinion to be on our side to cut ties with somebody who's like harmful to us. Like with some people we don't vibe, and with some people they always gonna set us off and they can't even do anything for it, you know? And I don't know, I think that's like entirely fair, and I don't think anybody's gonna judge you, you know? Like you don't need to like convince anybody that they're toxic. You can just say like, yeah, didn't really fit, you know? The vibe wasn't vibing anymore. Yeah, just didn't have enough time. Like you don't even need to like make it public. But you can, yeah, you can just be like, I don't know. I think like we had like so many misunderstandings. It was really exhausting, and that's fair. Like we don't need to make a judgment about others to put in place these consequences, I guess, or make these decisions. Is there any literature on forgiveness? I don't have any in my mind right now. I guess it depends which type of forgiveness. The only thing I do know that there's been like some influencers who does like pop science videos on like studies, and she had a video on how apparently people like who believe in God are less likely to ask for forgiveness from the people they did worse, because they're like, well, but God forgave me already, so don't care about those guys. And that was really funny to me. But this is the only I don't know, yeah, that's the only like other resource I have on this. So apart from that, I can only give you my personal opinion. Can anybody see if Ellie, like not Ellie again, is still in chat? And like ping her maybe? Be like, sorry, we won't have time now, pretty please. But yeah, so if you're also interested in my personal opinion, I definitely, of course, have an opinion on this. Duh. So you love the plushies in the back? I'm Rachel. The jellyfish I made myself. Can show you another one I made myself. I also made a cat at some point. Wait, let me pull up that picture. We're getting so off topic here. The B was for Zeg. Or it's a bumblebee, technically. One long panda. Like you're a rat. And an Enderman. Oh, nice. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. Thank you, Tainted Wisdom. I believe everyone needs to make their own choice about that and not bother others with that choice. Yeah. Yep. That would be good. Yana Jump, thank you for the sub. Thank you for 2 months, lovely, and welcome to the stream. And howdy. God, if the bee would focus for Halloween, it would be a booby. Did you just come up with that, by the way? I'm so bad with coming up with such things. Like, that's really cool, I think. Even though my joke is like stupid, I admire you for the for the ability. Like, I tried to like play a bard once, and this is exactly what I failed at. Like, it's not good. Not as an emote. Ooh, emote people. They come up with the best names. The panda's like the Sassalumpa though. I mean, that makes that's cool. Actually, I think I know what you mean. Yeah. Ooh. My other episodes? You mean like off the VODs? Actually, like, have you been on my YouTube and that's why you call it episodes, or But thank you so much. We're gonna have yeah, like the next couple streams are gonna be like just like the schedule here saying. Oh, by the way, guys, just now that I remembered, next week on the 29th, so in exactly 1 week, so Thursday next week, the stream is going to be a little bit different. So we're not going to have our usual sort of like mental health talk. We can definitely like still talk about mental health, but let me explain for a second. Because that day is going to be my birthday, right? So we're going to celebrate my birthday together. And essentially what we're going to do is, because my birthday party is going to be on the 31st, and I need to make a bunch of cakes, so I need to prepare for my birthday. So this is what we will do in this stream. Like, we will stream in the kitchen and we're gonna bake, like, essentially the entire day. Like, we have so many things to make. Like, I can, like, look up quickly what sort of the idea is gonna be. So we're gonna make, like, a banana bread cake thing. Like an apple pie. We're gonna make, I think we're gonna make 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻, which is a Dutch dish. It's essentially like, I don't know, you're gonna see it, whatever. But it's nice. And then we're gonna make a cake with like a sort of like a crepe cake with like many layers. And this is everything, I think, because then on the birthday party, like on that day where the party is, I still need to make garlic bread, chocolate muffins, vegetable and hummus dips, and guacamole and nachos, and that's I think gonna be it. But except I come up with like with another cake I want to make. Oh, I still need to ask people like if they're gonna come or not. Because from some people I don't have answers. But yeah, so like apple pie, banana bread pie, and or banana bread cake more like, and then crepe cake, and like I don't know, maybe we're gonna do another cake as well. But that's sort of like the thing we're looking at. Like, let's first like get those done, and if we then still have time, we're probably gonna make more. But I doubt we're gonna have more time. So yeah. You're off to more meetings. All right, Aguna Badger. Good luck, and thank you for your effort. A bake-off, I guess. I think of these streams as classes, always learning something new. I'm glad. What's my apologies? I'm used to YouTube, but I just found you on here. Looked for a little bit to check out what was going on. Ah, I see. Okay, yeah, no worries. I just thought like as if somebody actually found me over YouTube, because my algorithm on YouTube is like omega trash. Because I like upload the VODs there to like because on Twitch I can't like save them all. Because Twitch has like a limitation on like how much video material you can save. So I upload them on YouTube instead. And because of that, because it's like essentially it's literally just what it's like unedited completely, and YouTube hates me, yeah. Do you at least get help? Because you shouldn't have to make your own birthday cake. Zek is actually gonna help me, yeah. I think Zek is more like emotional support there, but yeah. But yeah, it's gonna be, I don't know, like, I mean, like, shouldn't I have to make my own birthday cake? I don't know, like, yeah, I'm just gonna invite everybody to eat here. So it's definitely more like I use my birthday to get everybody here. I guess. Are you gonna use red wine or grape juice for the poached pears? I will actually put a German twist on them, so I'll be prepared. It sounds like such a hard work though, just cooking simple meal reminds me. I'm actually excited. Like I don't like I don't know. Like I feel like okay, so I'm not bad at baking. Like I'm like naturally gifted at baking, I think. Just because like my mom like not maybe not naturally gifted, but like my mom is really good at baking, and just like sort of seeing her taking part in this Like usually the stuff I make is like it's not gonna be bad. So for me it's really easy to like make something which is like essentially like no effort, but then have people being like, oh my god, so nice. And that's a combination where you're like, you know, it's a good exchange. It's like I don't even eat the cakes that much. Like I'm not really that interested in cakes. So I really just make them as sort of like a love language for other people. And then like Zeg, like after Christmas or like before Christmas, I don't even know. But at some point he said like he doesn't want to eat the cakes anymore. Because he's usually like the only person who needs to eat them because I don't really eat them. Like I eat like one piece, like not because they're bad or anything, but I eat like one piece and then I'm like, yeah, whatever, you know, like I already know the taste, so now I don't have appetite on it anymore. So then I couldn't bake cakes the entire time. um, so I'm actually like, yeah, I'm excited to bake some cakes again. I'm really excited to just spend time with Zach baking cakes. He took like half the day free, so that's gonna be really nice. And then I'm excited to everybody just sitting there eating, being happy, because the cakes are nice, you know. Like, yeah. My what? What do you mean, ATD? In the snow for 24 hours, then put the fan on boil and pour in cold water for them. Well, it tastes delicious. Hmm. Oh, damn, that's crazy. I've never heard of that. There's no twist possible on poached pears, in my opinion. I just use like a different wine. That's why it's a German twist. I mean, that sounds nice, but surely they could come around normally too. I'm gonna be honest, like people are way more motivated if it's your birthday than if it's not your birthday. So like so some like definitely like they come around like at some point like as well, sure. But a birthday is like such a good opportunity to like invite people you like barely know. And then actually get to know them, you know? I don't know if that makes sense to other people, but yeah, that's sort of I guess like how I see it a bit. Also to just invite people where you're like, "Ooh, I really sort of like didn't talk to them again and sort of like forgot about them. But I actually like I do like them, so please come to my birthday, you know? Like I do like I still care about you. Also, like I know I haven't been there for like half a year, but like I'm still alive." Yeah. I also like I already made friends with my neighbors, but the thing is like the like one of them started to do like a diet, so he actually gives us like random stuff and he's like I don't know, he's like so often not even there because he's like a flight attendant. And then the other one is like yeah, I could give them cake, but it's more like you don't like they don't want like the whole cake, you know, that's the thing. I feel like it's weird to give people like a whole cake. I don't know if that makes sense. So yeah, there's gonna be like like some people coming from Germany and then like staying overnight. And then there's gonna be some people which I last seen on a different birthday. And then there's gonna be like regular friends who come over regularly too. And I think that's sort of it. I think that these are the, I guess, groups. Yeah, there's neighbors, friends I haven't talked to in a while. Friends who've been here like, I don't know, last week. Germany, I don't know. Friends I talked to last on a birthday. Friends I talked to last when she moved out. And then I went to Germany and she was in Africa and then yeah, whatever. And then Germany and then people I don't know if they're still coming. There's a bunch of people I don't know if they're still coming or not. Definitely need to ask. Yeah. Naradim, thank you so much for your sub and welcome, welcome. How you doing? Long time no see. How actually are you doing? If you made cheesecake every time, like that's the only cake I usually don't do because I really don't like cheesecake. Like I don't even want to try to taste test it because I think good cheesecake is disgusting. I love tiramisu. Ooh, I could actually make tiramisu. True. My mom has a really good recipe on that. Writing that down real quick. Your birthday's very soon. Great. Yep, I know. Why the person mistakenly sent a message to nah. Every time my cousins and I say we should meet up more than just Christmas, and most years it's just Christmas. Yeah, exactly. Like sometimes it's just like hard to get people to have the initiative. For your B-Day stream, I guess I'd give you the money I would have spent on that girl. Damn, let's go. Time to buy more like dice silicone molds and make more dice. Should I show you the dice I made, by the way? I made some dice the other day. I was always there, but I always have online class when you're online. Ah, true, you did say. So, are you done? Wait, are you done already with your online class? Like, actually finished? Like, finished in terms of, like, you have, like, exam finished? I mean, no one comes to my birthday, so the idea of big party sounds good. Why didn't one come to your birthday? What? Maybe you just also need to make 5 cakes and like bribery. I'm gonna get the dice. In March this year, and then you're finally done. Nice. By the way, Tainted Wisdom, like, sorry for being like not more excited, but I sadly had the experience like quite often that I had like people just like said they would donate something, and then you like were like, oh, like thank you so much, blah blah blah, and then they never would. They essentially only wanted to like get the I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know. But it's so weird. So now I'm, I guess, like always like more hesitant because I experienced that. Or like don't really know how to deal with that better, I guess. So, money baiting. Oh, there's a word for it? That makes sense, I guess. So I made also actually some like earring thingies, because I had like resin left over. I don't know if they're gonna be good or something, but I made like these. See, they're like really, really colorful. They're also like, okay, I don't have like really like light shining on this, like a hard contrast. But like they glitter, you see that? And then like I made them in tiny, well, they look like super different. And then in big as well. And I think they look so cool. So, and now the dice. Because the dice look really cool. The dice are essentially like prides, sort of themed. Like they're not finished yet. But this is so cool. There's more pink here. hard to show. But they're really cool, right? I really like them. Sort of like a mix between like Pride and this one has like a lot of pink. Like Pride and sort of like going on like a EDM festival. This like blue lights, sort of t-shirts, whatever. I like the tiny ones. Even though the tiny ones are so like different. I think maybe like this if it will. Yeah. But the way they glitter, I love it. Yeah. But now I just need like stainless steel sort of like earring hook thingies, and then we can start. But yeah. Yes, I made them. Reading through messages, give me a second. Hi Vicky, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Been doing okay so far. Christmas and New Year's are always a hassle, especially the aftermath, but now I have 2 weeks vacation since last Saturday. Besides the online class, I'm doing stuff bit by bit. That's all I can do. I'm glad you're vacation. Get the rest you need, buddy. I'm happy to see you again. The cute ones look so tempting to buy it. You think they look like candy? Will you color the numbers? Oh yeah, I definitely will. I'm not entirely sure which color though. Like, I thought like either like literally like neon yellow to like completely commit to the like acid trip thing, or more maybe like a sort of like a glittery white. Maybe that could be something like a glitter which is sort of like reflecting like in all colors. Maybe. Or just honestly, or just gold or silver. Like, I'm not entirely sure. Like, there's so many, because it has so many colors, there's like so many options, but at the same time, in these, yeah, I don't know. Not entirely sure which colors. Earth temperature. Ooh, yeah, true. But I think, honestly, like, they do look, like, they look more like the red doesn't look too red, but more pinkish here. So, yeah, it's like hard to show you guys. But, the red is like, yeah, more like pink. It's not really red. I never heard about DEF CON. In-person birthday has been cooked for years. It's not something I worry about anymore, but no best friend and no girlfriend, so it's just not something that anyone would go out of their way to celebrate. Well, I mean, I think like for my birthday, like maybe like Zach would plan something, but like apart from that, like nothing would happen either. So it's really just like I invited everybody like 3 months ago and told them like there's gonna be like cake and food and all of that, and like can you come? And then like people come. So it's, I feel like it really depends on like if you give it purpose, I guess. I like the Swallow Rainbow Nest. To the dice, same. I really like them. No, I don't know that map actually. Look like candy. So Grumpy Palace Cat is banned from buying these dice whenever they come online. Like Otherwise, there's gonna be like a hospital incident. But like, there's strange objects in her stomach. Like, what is it? Oof. Wow. Okay, that's expensive. You're also a new Twitch user. Oh, I see. So why did you decide to start using Twitch, Vicky? And is there anything we can help you with? The forbidden confectioner. Gold mixed with obsidian. Neon pink. Wow. Neon pink would actually be kind of cool. Gold with black. Gold with black. I don't know. But I feel like maybe like a really dark purple, like an obsidian color. Like, yeah. But gold obsidian, like, I don't know if I'm actually able to mix that quite well. Like, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it in a way where it has these, like, swirls you sort of, like, imagine, probably. Because you, like, paint them with, like, a, like, you don't, like, pour liquid inside. But I paint them with, like, a brush, you know? I feel like we're all biased towards gold. Like, we just all love gold color. Like, gold numbers, really. Where I'm from? So I lived in Germany, and like I'm born in Germany, but now I live in the Netherlands. Biggest hardstyle festival in the world. It's in Valley Holland and area 3 days. Okay, that's crazy. That would be one of those things where I definitely would never go there. Way too many people. The significant other should always make it special for you. Yeah, we actually like with Zach, we agreed that like we're gonna celebrate my birthday like the like 2 weeks after my birthday actually. So that we can like just have the stream and like bake the cakes and like not put it on Thursday, but like put it on some day where like I don't need to cancel a stream for. And then also have the like birthday celebration and then have time after the birthday celebration to like clean up everything again. Because like people are gonna stay here like overnight, right? So you missed it, died, Bolt Saber. I'm gonna show them again. Yeah. I spend my most of the time alone in the house due to chronic health issues. That's why I decided to connect with people and platform like. Oh, I see. Oh, like being more housebound because of chronic health issues seems really tough, Vicky. Sorry for you, love. But I hope we can be a good community to you. We also have like, do you know about Discord? Do you know what Discord is? I assume you do the celebration on the weekend for your visitors. Yeah, exactly. So like the like 31st is gonna be like the official B-Day party. Yeah. I have blue and gold and red and gold dice. Yeah. I feel like those like color combinations are really nice, always. But there's so many nice dice I still want to make, really. So many ideas. I exams on the birthday, that's annoying. Wiki, do you know what Discord is? Because it's it would maybe be like really interesting for you to join our Discord. It's an app where it's sort of like, I mean, I guess you can compare it a bit to like a WhatsApp group chat, but it's just way more organized. So it has like a server is essentially like a group chat, but you can organize that and give like different categories. So for example, we have like a channel for like book recommendations, and then we have another channel for like poems and poetry, and then we have the general channel where you can just like talk and write, right? And then there's like an announcement channel where I can like announce if there's any stream, maybe for example like being cancelled and something like this. And so that might be like really interesting to you, because on there, like even like when my stream is offline, you can like connect with all the people here in the chat, and there's also like voice chats you can join, and yeah, then just talk to anybody who's like going to join you there. All right, Navandra, see you then. Like a bright copper? Like a champagne? Or I actually have champagne color that might be nice. I saw some that was like there was an eye in the dice that had a purple iris. You might have seen that from me, by the way. Like, I think I showed this to you guys. Because, like, with this one, I want to make a mold where I can cast, like, dice like this. Like, not with this eye inside, but just, like, in that size. Yeah, it's fine, Esther. I was just like, wait, that sounds familiar. Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, that's like, yeah, like that, like Baldur's Gate 3 is essentially like based on D&D, right? And these are like D&D dice, so makes sense. Indie dice? I don't know what you mean with that. For the less informed of us, what color is champagne? It's sort of like a mix between light copper or gold and pink. And like glittery, I guess. I didn't make that dice. I bought that dice to get like to have a dice that size to then make a form with it. But how the dice are made is essentially that you get like so you get a sphere, where you put like you buy such an eye, and then you get a sphere which is slightly bigger than that eye, and then you make that eye in the sphere with like some water or whatever fits well. Then you glue like the sphere together, and that sphere you put into the dice you like cast resin around, and then you essentially have like the outside is hard, but within the sphere the eye can still move because there's no like resin which got hard inside of the sphere. I don't know if they use water or something else though, like they might use something else, but just some liquid. Oh, that indie D&D. Yeah, true. I got some more. I will come back. All right, Vicky. See you back next Monday. 100 champagne color roses here to pay like €125. Honestly, I would have expected that to be more expensive. Like, I think that's actually a steal. Like, if I think about how much flowers cost, like in Germany, like this is really like this is cheap because this is like Dutch prices. I bet you're really, really happy. The friend rich, or did he really mess up? My god, guys. This is such a low bar. Like, I feel like we should actually start just doing nice things for each other. Just like not wondering about like birthdays and like Christmas or like if it's too much or whatever. Like honestly, like I started doing that and it feels freeing. It feels really freeing. Like I'm honestly gonna be honest, like there's some people which are really uncomfortable if you make them expensive presents. For sure. But at the same time, it's like, do I want to be held back by this and make like mediocre presents because it would be uncomfortable to receive more? Like, get over yourself, be confident, and receive expensive gifts. Like, it's like you deserve it, you know? Ah. Yeah. I think it's really beautiful if we like do something without actually like having the need to, and then do something where we know like the person will love it, you know? I feel like sometimes I don't know why we're sometimes scared to give, I think. But like I see that sometimes with like other people, I just it's like, and I also have that myself, but I think it's so stupid, no? Like why would we be scared to give? Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Nadim. I sometimes find such amazing gifts, and then I'm supposed to not buy them because it's not Christmas. What? Like, or like keep them in my closet for like 3 months to wait for that day to come? Are you insane? Like, I'm not gonna do that. What? Oh, I really love D&D. I think D&D is so good for so many different reasons. Don't let me get into it. Because to whom we are giving gift might reject it. Whoever did reject like a really nice gift. And like honestly, like if they reject it, then you got a nice gift. I don't know. Because people tell you that you're too much. Do people tell you that you're too much if you give them really nice gifts? I feel like most people actually really like nice gifts. I think some people are scared that they're supposed to like give like really expensive gifts back, or that there's sort of expectation or sort of like a hook attached to that gift. That it's like transactional love essentially, and it's like, here's that expensive gift and now sleep with me. Like that's a problematic situation. But yeah, exactly, Naradim. Your mom has refused you gifts 2 times. For what reason? They did not want to accept it? For what reason? What is the... Huh? She refused, said, give me gift from your own money. Huh? I was like, it is mine. Like, I'm just gonna be honest, like, if that would be a friend of mine, I would just, like, not be friends with them anymore. Because it's your mom, it's like, I guess you can't unfriend her. But I also, like, understand, like, yeah, don't try for her, like, try for somebody else. But do it for somebody else. Like, just because, like, some person said no, you know, like, don't be discouraged to other people. Like, especially if it's parents. Like, parents can be so weird. Like, I know that my friend at some point, like, didn't take a gift from her boyfriend, but she also, like, I feel like some people, like, are really insecure about what they're worth, and if people, like, give them something, they don't feel like they're worth it, it makes them feel, like, uncomfortable. But it's one of those things where, like, you know, like, you can't, like, force them to take the gift, obviously, but it's gonna show you something. Like, I don't know, I'm not gonna be a different person to accompany your insecurity. You know, like, I'm gonna find friends who fit to me in that way. You know, like, it's, I don't know. I mean, a gift is intended to be nice for the other person, right? So if it just, like, if that's a part of yourself where you're like, this is just who I am, like, I really like giving people, like, nice presents, and then this is a person where this just doesn't work at all, and you feel like, I don't know, you're, like, annoyed at the fact that you, like, see so many things, and then you're like, oh, but I can't give it to them because, like, they're gonna be, like, so weird about it. I don't know, like, maybe that's a sign you don't really fit together. I don't know. Mm. Mm. Aw. I mean, I bet your friend is happy about it. But I feel like, yeah, like, some people, like, sometimes people are scared about if there's, like, if there's strings attached to a gift, right? And I think with that, like, there is, like, a conversation which should be had, because that conversation is going to bring you closer with that person, right? It's going to make them feel safer. It's going to make you feel safer. It's good. And, like, something like that, because there are people who sort of, like, see love as transactional. It's really important to have that conversation, to be clear that this is, like, fine and there's no strings attached, you know? For some people, it's not so much that they fear that they need to make up for it with love, but that they, like, need to spend the same money on you. Where it's like, if they don't have that kind of money, they might refuse that gift to be like, I can't meet these expectations if you want me to match that expectation. And they learned, for whatever reason, that anybody needs them to match that expectation. And then there's a conversation to be had about, hey, but you know, you don't need to make me these type of gifts. Like, I have that money and I really like spending that money on you if it makes you happy. You know, and, like, I don't know, like, having the money on my bank account is not going to give me happiness, but spending that money on you and just seeing you smile because you enjoy that gift is really making me happy. And that's worth the money. And I don't give a fuck if you give me, like, a, I don't know, you know, like a coffee or something back. Like, I don't need anything back, really. Like, you don't need to make me gifts at all, actually, if you don't have the money for that. But yeah, I think that's, like, sometimes there's a conversation which needs to be had. At other times, like, for example, with your mom, is there, like, if there's such a toxic answer to something so, like, you know, like, wholesome and nice, you don't need to deal with any person. Just, you know, like, you just sit your time, essentially, and then at some point move out, and that's the deal. Yeah, exactly, not on him. I call it stalking. It's stalking skills used for good instead of evil. Like, hyper awareness, but in a good way. We built it to survive, now we use it to impress. I was literally so hurt after that incident. I spent days searching for the perfect gift. I can't imagine, it's an absolute asshole move. Like, I'm really sorry I had to deal with that, Navandra. I think it's so odd that a person would, like, answer like this, especially your mom. Like, I feel like, you know, like, if it's some person you met online, like, then you're just like, okay, like, apparently we don't match. Apparently we don't. And then you can like go your separate ways. If it's your mom, it's like, and if she then doesn't believe you, like you say, like, this is for my own money, and she doesn't even believe you. Some people like really like they can't see any evidence which is going against their worldview. And if it's your parents, you know, like they have a responsibility towards you. You tried. Period. But yeah, like, don't take that and apply it to different people. Like, this is such a especially shitty reaction. Like, this is not gonna happen with the average person, thankfully. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, probably, like, you learn that there's, like, something in the bush and, like, strings attached to, like, an expensive gift after. So it's, like, it's entirely fine. I think we just need to, like, we need to see if if we want that for ourselves. Like, is that sort of, like, the love language we want to, like, have with other people and, like, how we show love? And this is just, like, such an inherent part of us that, like, if we can't, like, if that's not sort of, like, included, then there's something missing for us, which is necessary. Or is that something we can just, like, talk about and then it's, like, fine? You know, like, sometimes it's also just really, like, I don't know, like, some people, for example, like I really don't like random decor. Like, if you give me random decor, I also, like, just generally have really high standards for my gifts because I really know what I want and I really know what I don't want. So just making random gifts to me can be really tough. But yeah, that's why I really enjoy if people, like, sort of, like, ask Zach, for example, what they should give me. Or, like, rather give me quality time. Or actually take the time to find out what I like. Because what I learned as a kid is that, so for example, money, like, just money, I got, like, from my mom, for example, and from my dad and from my grandma and stuff like this. So just money is sort of like, it's a compliment of, like, I thought of you, but it's not worth as much as the money is worth. It's more like I see that money and I translate it to how much I mean to you, essentially. So, but I don't see it as something which represents a gift. So if you give me, like, $20, like, I'm not gonna sort of think about what I can buy for $20 and then be like, oh, this is sort of the gift you gave me. But I'm gonna value it in terms of, like, okay, like, $20 is, like, I don't know. So for example, my dad sometimes gave me, like, really shitty gifts. And then it's just like, okay, so you don't love me, but you wanted to avoid this social situation of not having a gift for me. And I see that. Like, I see you in that moment. Like, I saw him just trying to avoid that negative social situation instead of actually being interested to make me a gift. But things, like, really don't need to be expensive. So if you, for example, like, give me just the things from the supermarket I really, really like, even though they might have just been like a €10 shopping thing or whatever, you put them in a basket, you make a pretty tie around it, I'm gonna be super happy. Because I see you actually thought about what I like, and you put it into action. That's really nice. So it really, like, yeah, it more so means, like, the money itself is not gonna show me how much, like, it's gonna give an idea, but it's not gonna initially show me how much you like me in that moment, but more like the effort you spend in, like, trying to make a good gift. So for example, when my mom gave me, like, I don't know, like, 100 euros for my birthday, it was more like, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for not even trying to make me a good gift, but just giving up right away. So sometimes it's also really just like getting to know the other person, trying to find out what a good gift looks to them like, right? Not in your family. Yeah, sometimes not in my family either. Hmm. But I'm sorry for you, Indiana John. Hi, Lynn. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? I laid a link between an expensive present and I want to buy my silence for what they did to me. Oh, I have that too with my dad. Like when nothing happened and my dad got me a really good gift, I knew like something would happen soon. If something happened and he got me a really good gift, I knew this is his like try to make up for it. But yeah. I actually made this myself for like a cosplay. Don't buy great things from IKEA. Well, I mean, some things from IKEA can be like really nice, you know. But yeah, the thing with me is I just really know what I like. So that's why I just like always make like wish lists. So then like anybody who like gives me stuff can like pick something. I don't know what it's gonna be, so it's still a surprise. But I know it's not gonna be BS. Yeah. But what I really love, and also what I told my friend actually, because she was asking me like, "Hey, what do you want for your birthday?" And I just told her, you know what? I would really love quality time. So if you really want to give me something which costs money, give me a train ticket for you to here and back for like another time. So that I know you're gonna come over this year for another time. And like that's something I really value. Yeah. Just sushi something. What's up? I'm doing also really good. Thank you, Lynn. Like, I couldn't for the life of me tell anyone what I want as a gift. I feel like I'm just gonna say like I feel like I could tell because I'm like super aware and like usually like make really good gifts because I'm just I don't know, that's my superpower, I guess. Welcome, Babu. For me now, anything that I don't have to go out to get myself would be a great gift for me. Shampoo, bam, gift. How about a flight ticket to Viewer's Place and exploring it? I mean, apart from the sort of like more problematic side thing of like this could be a person like you know like if I like say like you know like stuff is not always safe, but if we say a friend of mine would give me a flight ticket to like some place and then like give me like a tour there, like that would be an awesome gift. I don't know, like that would be really cool. I'm so used people forget my birthday. The secret hack is to have a 3-month prior invite and make a big thing out of it. Like for my birthday, like I never did like much and not many people texted me or did anything really. Like just like you asked that. But this time apparently like 15 people are coming, and that's because I invited for my birthday on the 29th January. Like no, on the party on like the 31st January. Let me check. Let me literally check. on November the 19th. And I invited like, I don't know, like a bunch of people. And a bunch of people also cancelled. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people cancelled on me. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, wait, what? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, probably 13, maybe more. There's some I don't know anything about. But 13 already said they would come. So, I don't know, if you invite enough, there's gonna be people coming. I don't know. Mental health support, that's interesting. Maybe that's what I needed. Are you a psychologist or a doctor? No, I'm not a doctor. This is peer support and essentially like from like my experience support. This is not meant to replace therapy. Like one-on-one therapy is always going to be better because there you get like the full attention. This is more like a place to explore if therapy could be something for you, or to stay on top of therapy. So you have somebody else checking in with you, or to be while you're in the waiting list for therapy, or to be when you only have like a few tiny things you need help with, and you think like, well, therapy might be a bit much. I just want like a little bit guidance. Or maybe when you went to therapy and your life is like already on sort of like getting better, you know, like you're doing like all the behavioral changes, but you just need a little bit extra of like emotional support because there's a lot of like new stuff. That's sort of the thing we do here. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Trevor. Which video do you trust the most, right? Well, like I know that like I don't know, like it's gonna be Narrative because Narrative I already saw IRL, right? So that's sort of like a like sorry guys, but you literally just can't compare. Even your parents forgot your birthday? Yikes. I think my mom though forgot my birthday at some point too. I forgot my own birthday at one time. I mean, maybe you should give it a try after at some point. I've reached a pinnacle of people not giving me stuff, but giving my dog stuff because they know I love my dog, and if she's happy, so am I. I mean, you know, that works though, right? Because they kept whole ritual thing, especially for my birthday. Still on the day they forgot that my birthday is also on that day. Wait, what? So they planned something, like a ritual thing, specifically for your birthday, but on that day they just forgot again? What? Like while doing like the ritual thing and stuff? I need therapy if you have true train. Oh, that's such a pity. Oh, that must be annoying. Like you get like tickets for your favorite band and then you're sick. Oh, life can be so mean sometimes. So what you're saying is go for quantity over quality. I mean, it just depends, right? Like, I feel like back in the day when I was in school and I knew like everybody had time, and everybody is also like not only has time, but like everybody lives close by. So it's like it's easy to come to my birthday. Like, I would go for quality for sure. But nowadays, there's just like some people like come from Germany. Like, I can completely understand when they can't make it, you know? And there's just so many people where like it's like you really like them, but it's just like it's hard to stay in touch because they live further away, or because like their job was really like taking a toll on them recently and stuff like this. And then it's more like, you know, like I invite you because I really like you. Like you're maybe not the like most important person in my life right now, but I would like to catch up. And then like a birthday is like the perfect thing to be like, hey, you should be coming. Like, you know, like get the initiative, please. Oh, bruh. Genie asked a kid a few questions to move to the next level. One of which. I'm glad, Navandro. Hi, Jacob. Welcome, welcome. I feel like. I don't know. I feel like with birthdays, though, like I wouldn't be so quick to blame that they forgot the birthday because there's so many people I know which actually don't like to get birthday wishes. And I don't know. I feel like it's like if you want to celebrate your birthday, you tell me when you want to celebrate your birthday, you know? And if you don't want to celebrate your birthday, you probably don't want to celebrate your birthday. So I don't want to spoil your celebration. I show you after your birthday. Oh, don't worry about it. Go for it. Just pin your birthday here so that we know and we'll have a blast. Guys, you can remember it's gonna be next Thursday. But yeah, it's like I don't know, like nobody except my boyfriend would be there on my birthday if I wouldn't invite them, right? And like try and have a celebration. Like if I didn't tell them, like nobody would be here. And I don't really think that's a portrayal about like, oh, my friends are bad. I think that's more like I don't know, like everybody chooses sort of like what they want to do with their life, right? And they just like they can't read my mind, right? So I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, it's the 29th. It's just the next Thursday. No, I just don't care that much anymore. Probably more self-protection. Okay. With this, I invite you all formally to attend next Thursday's stream on the 29th of January to be there for my birthday, guys. Bring present. We're gonna bake a lot of cakes. But yeah, we're gonna have like one more mental health stream on Monday. Can I bring a cinnamon toast? You can bring cinnamon toast. Snacks are always important. Yep. But now they are coffee done. I met a new person on Bumble. Well, actually, I didn't meet them yet. Just texted to them. And I didn't even meet that person ever. Like, I don't even know if it's a fake profile and there's just somebody else behind that. But I already invited them to my birthday. Like, she said she might come, but there's like something on that day where like she doesn't know if she can make it. But like, yeah, like I'm shameless. I don't know. Like, I really like this whole thing of like, oh, but like if that might be weird, or oh no, whatever. Like, what maybe do they think blah blah blah. Is that my problem? Nah. Like, it would be cool if she comes, you know? Like, maybe till then I have met her already. I don't know. I almost a stream on the 5th of February. Which one is that, wait? It's the first day afterwards, I see. Like, I was about to say, like, the Monday, like, the 2nd of February, that might be a stream I have to cancel. But I'm not sure yet, because I don't know, like, I'm still waiting on confirmation when one of my friends from Germany is coming. Because if, like, anybody is, like, staying there or staying till that Monday, like, I'm not gonna stream on that day. But yeah, the 5th is probably gonna, like, that's gonna be a normal stream. Just a small surgery. You can just, like, leave your PC on at home. Have your PC watch the stream. I don't know. But I hope the surgery goes well. What do you want me to dress up at when I come over? As a cucumber, please. Full bodysuit. You know what, Crate? I met my ex on a dating app and they had a fake image and fake age, and still, I mean, alright. And you were like, this is entirely fine. Seems like a great person. What? Welcome. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, hello to London. The streak is on 14. You can just like give your phone to the like surgery team and be like, you know, like, please can you like quickly check on the stream? Thank you. Can't lose my streak for this, guys. It's like also like low-key making like advertisements for my stream. I gotta go, I'm starving. I see you on your B-Day. See you on next Monday, 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻. Yeah. But also on the B-Day. So see you next time and enjoy. You need to go to bed too? Alright, alright. I hope you sleep fine. So it's 4:25. And I feel like we're at a point where like right now we don't have like a big topic. So I think how about we end this oops, sorry. Playing with the pen. How about we end the stream here? Because I think it's a good good spot right now actually. Because then like maybe we're gonna be able to finish the stream before 5. We'll see. No. Because I should like get something to eat soon as well. But I'm gonna like by the way, like how did you guys like Jim's stream last? Like was it a good raid? I'm glad to. I really enjoyed the stream as well. By the way, there's one thing I wanted to ask you guys. So I made this new channel on the Discord. Um, it's called Testimonials. And it's essentially just a place where you can share your well, if you know what testimonial is, your testimonial. But if you don't know what testimonial is, it's essentially like your experience with the stream here. Sort of like, what do you think of the stream? So that when new people join the community and sort of ask like, hey, like what can I expect? Like, is this community trustworthy? Like, is it like, should I really be vulnerable here and share my emotions, or like, will that, I don't know, like nowadays, like there's so many people sort of just being like really weird about mental health. And I think that's why like a bunch of people like really appreciate to get some more like safety and to get some more pieces of information how to, I don't know, like how much to trust somebody. And that would be a great place to just share that. Also, like if we were able to help you in any way possible, that would also be a thing to share there. Because then people can be like, because sometimes we come from this perspective of like, oh, like I'm the only person with this problem, like, right? Like nobody will able to help me. And even then, if we find a stream like this where we're like, this person might be like this person is helping people, we might still hold back thinking like, yeah, like she can help other people, but like not me because my problem is like so bad. And then it can help to actually share your personal story and like how maybe we were able to help in that way, and that can like inspire people who thought they were like alone with something like this, to be like, okay, actually they did something like similar, and like maybe they're going to be able to help me as well, and it's worth sharing. So that would be really helpful. How do I handle listening to other problems? By seeing your joyful face, I can't share my issues. Ready to watch you smiling and being serious. I mean, maybe it's pretty, right? But it's also not gonna help you. Like, just seeing me smile does like one thing for you, but I think I can deal with listening to other people's problems because I know how to be there for myself, right? Like, being sad isn't ruining my day because I'm able to regulate my emotions and then be happy again. Like, even if I hear about something like really serious, I know that I'm I'm gonna try to help you, but at the end of the day, it's still your life. Like, even if somebody comes in who's suicidal, I'm able to listen to their problems and able to listen to their story. Because even though I, of course, worry, like, oh, am I gonna say the right thing? And like, will I be able to help enough? It's like there's still that sense where I'm like, at the end of the day, it's their choice, and I have to respect that. And that's not a choice I can make. Like, if I could make that choice, I would obviously make that choice for them. But it's their choice to make. And I think just sort of like seeing that it's like there's some responsibility on me for sure, right? Like that what I say isn't bullshit. But more than trying hard, I can't do. So I don't know. I don't. Yeah, I don't put that pressure on myself. And I think that lets me be open to really all kinds of topics. And how I handle most topics as well is also just by understanding. It's like I read into a bunch of psychology, I read into a bunch of mental health, and I understand that where like people are coming from, and I don't think that like no matter what the problem is, like I believe that it I just believe that person. And I think actually like having so much compassion is putting me in a place where I'm able to listen to so many things and to listen to harder topics as well. Because my compassion is like, or like because I feel so intensely, like because I feel so much for people in that moment. Like I feel so so much compassion. And I think that actually puts me in a position where I'm able to deal with those emotions. So, yeah. Thank you, Esther. And I mean, honestly, the biggest part, and this is something like I didn't say yet, but the biggest part is also just knowing that this actually does something, right? Like, I don't know, like if I would be here, I would listen to your problem, and the only feedback I would get is essentially that you all are doing as bad as before. And like that, I don't know, like people are like dying left and right or something. Like I wouldn't keep doing this because then I would have no reason to believe that my impact is positive, right? The only thing I could actually say is like maybe that it's negative or neutral. But the thing that's like the feedback I get from people is positive. So apparently this helps. So that puts me in a position where like me listening and doing what I do is helping. So no matter how maybe like objectively helpful this is, apparently I'm doing well. Like apparently this is good enough. And yeah, I think like holding on to this is just giving me like hope that I can help the next person as well. Thank you for your follow. And also Spicy, thank you for your follow. Thank you, Navandro. But yeah. If you two wanna, do like a testimonial in the Discord, that would help. I would really appreciate that. I'm gonna put the text message in here from before. From Mirandex. Their testimony. Should I clip you this one? I feel like, I mean, since you're also in the Discord, I think just if you write a message in that channel would actually be best now. Because it's the easiest to like I don't know how to phrase this. But to see that it's somebody else and they stand behind their opinion, stuff like this, yeah. I'm bad at writing a testimonial. I mean, your testimonial might be different from the like normal standard, you know. You can also, I mean, you can literally like you can also put that testimonial in the general chat first or in the daily live chat and be like, hey, party people, like, what do y'all think of this? Like, is this good? Like, anybody understand what I mean? And then like only later on, like put it in that channel. Like that's also a possibility, right? Hi, Pyro. How are you doing? Are you doing well? Like relationship and everything going fine? So, Mm. Ah, I hope you get well soon, Pyro. I'm glad that being sick is the only bad thing. As we all know, thankfully, usually we get healthy. Nice, Pyro. I'm glad. Glad to hear. That's some good news. Okay, guys. So let's wrap this up, shall we? What were the topics we had in the stream today? How should we call this episode? I also read a book for Dutch. And it's called Read, or? Is that like essentially how I explain like that like writing a testimonial would be good and what a testimonial is? Lavendro? Is then like definitely like put the link in like the daily life or general English one. Oh. Well, maybe try another book. I feel like reading books is really about like finding the books you really like. Okay, so maybe there's like more interesting things coming later. Who knows? So I think the topic is birthdays. The topic of the stream is, yeah, toxic relationships. Good. Wow, I'm blanking so much right now. But I feel like about the voices we talk more in a like a specific sense and less in a like I don't know how much of that like other people like can use and applies to them. Or like I like considering like how long we talked about it in stream, like I feel like it was more of like the small part of the general part of like toxic relationships maybe. Because we then moved to the toxic relationships quite soon now. But I think like birthdays was a bigger topic. Oh, emotional support, I think. What did we talk about at the beginning? All right, Pyre. Get well soon. And thank you for stopping by for a second. It's difficult to bipolar with auditory hallucination. Oh yeah, for sure. That's not what I mean. But well, I guess we can say auditory hallucinations. That's maybe better. Has a lot of letters, but but yeah, I'm not entirely sure because I don't feel like we made like a deep dive on that topic, you know? I feel like we sort of were like, oh yeah, you have this and like what can we do now for you? And like love letter to Asta. What did we talk about in the beginning? I feel like in the beginning we did like random small talk BS. I guess we had like object permanence with like the like ending therapy, and then like, well, it's actually kind of fine, I guess. Mm. Yeah, I think that's enough. Like YouTube titles are usually like really short anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. Ooh, I wanted to show you one other set of dice I made, by the way. What? What is that? Right? They're so nice, right? Oh, they're one of my favorites right now. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Advance happy birthday. Take care. Catch you on the next stream. All right, Babu. See you next stream, and thank you. Piplup is a Pokemon. Oh. I have no clue. I never played Pokemon. I didn't have any sort of like gaming stuff when I was a kid. My mom was against it. Oh yeah, we were talking a lot about dice actually. That's true. Yes, I made them. Are they edible? No, they're not edible. They're made out of resin. They're to play D&D. If you play D&D, you need a D20. So that's a D20 has 20 sides. So they give you a number from 1 to 20. You need a D12. So they give you a number from 1 to 12. You need a D10, a number from 1 to 10. You need another D10. They usually have like numbers not like 1, 2, 3, but like 10, 20, 30. It's called the D100 because you roll that one together with the D10, and then you have sort of like a number from like 1 to 100. Then you have the D8, so they give you numbers from 1 to 8. Then you have the D6, the regular dice, like everybody knows these, number from 1 to 6. And then you have a D4, which is this one, where this one works a little bit different. So there's not like on one side one number, but actually like the numbers are in the corner. So the corner who is up is the number you want to use. I think we talked to start a business renting out the D&D 7. Oh, true, yeah. We talked about buying a house together. Yeah, true, yes, no. In France, like a big ass business. And how do you make them? So you have a silicone mold, and then you put resin. So you color the resin. You look for like other stuff you want to put in. But essentially, you put resin in that mold, and then you let it cure. You put it in a pressure pot, so there's like no bubbles and stuff. Then you need to polish them, so they look like really, really nice. And then you need to color all the numbers. So they take a bunch of time. Like the curing time right now for my resin is sadly 2 days, and then they need to cure a little longer before I can actually polish them, because at that point they're not hard enough to be polished. And then like with the other dice, for example, there's like dried flower petals, so the flower petals had to dry beforehand. There's alcohol ink in the other ones, which makes them like clear but colored. In these ones, there's like powder, like colored powder in like a bunch of different colors, and then I put all of the colors in the dice. So I mixed like 6 different colors for these. and filled it up then. And then the pressure pot, you can't like just buy one of these, or essentially like you can, but they're like way more expensive. So we built one ourselves from sort of like a paint spray pressure thing. Yeah. So a bunch of steps, but at the end you get those dice. Hi Fila, welcome. Ooh, yeah, welcome to the stream. We're in the process of wrapping up the stream. We actually went a bit further already. So what the plan for the stream is now is, should we do belly breathing today? Is that a thing? You know what? I'm not gonna even ask you. We're gonna do it. So we're gonna do belly breathing, stretching, and all stars. And then we're gonna raid another person. Yeah, that's the plan of that. We're gonna yeah, have to wait for Monday again. You got tired from healing all this? Yeah. Like these ones here specifically, sadly, they will need more work than I expected them to, because because silicone mold is not perfect for them, sadly. So yeah, at some point I'm gonna get around to it, but right now I don't have any motivation at all to do that. This is why, like, I will probably never be like mass producing dice or whatever. Like all my dice are gonna be like unique and a one-time thing, and then yeah, at some point there's gonna be more. So let's do the super mean belly breathing. So how belly breathing works and why we do belly breathing at the end of the stream is essentially to bring you closer a strategy to regulate emotions. A lot of this stuff you essentially need to do to have like really good mental health is gonna make you feel a little bit stupid. But thankfully, we won't like let shame hold us back from having good mental health, will we? So this is just how we start and how we introduce these things so that you can use them in moments where you actually need it. So belly breathing, for example, is perfect when you feel anxious, it's perfect when you feel stressed, it's perfect when you notice that you've been ignoring your bodily needs for ages. It's perfect in moments where you're really unsure what you even feel and where you feel like you've been just suppressing your emotions and you haven't been listening to your body. It's perfect in situations where you feel an emotion, but you don't really know where that emotion is coming from or why. So essentially, belly breathing is a way how you calm down your body, and how at the same time you can connect to your body and actually sort of get a glimpse of what is actually going on and help yourself to connect with what's going on inside. I got an idea for a dice, a skeleton head in the dice. I literally already have tiny skeleton heads on my wish list. Yeah, but I can only I don't know, yeah. I already have like a bunch of other stuff. So it's a thing where I only want to order stuff where I feel like I'm like definitely gonna use it. Or like I don't know. Or like I've used the other stuff I have, like I don't know. Like I'm scared to waste money, okay, just because I'm excited on stuff. So usually I just put it on the wish list, and at some point when I like run out of alternatives, then I get into it. Or when I feel like okay, I have some like fun spending money left over and I can like spend it on stuff like that. But yeah, apart from that, I'm more like I guess like saving conscious because we don't have the most money, right? So I can't just order like everything I want from my creative hobbies. But yeah, they're already on the wish list. Like not on my stream wish list because on my stream wish list it's like with some of the things like I can't like put it on the wish list in a way where it's like ordered instantly. So I just have like an idea on the wish list and then I'm like gonna buy what is like in that moment sort of like the perfect exact thing. Or like sometimes I also have like very, very specific things, but I guess it depends. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Childru. So when I was just doing this, I noticed how much muscle. I was like in the gym yesterday again, and yeah. I was able to achieve some progress, by the way. I knew that I haven't been, like, I just found out that I haven't been cheating doing pull-ups. That's why I was only able to, like, that's why I needed so much assist doing a pull-up. Because I was doing like, oh my god. Because I was doing this. Oh, this hurts so much. like pull up like this, where like this is in line with like my shoulder. Instead of doing this stuff where it's like way easier, and I was able to get like to pull like with like 10 kilograms like less of support actually. So how much will the skeleton dice be? I think the like I'm not like entirely sure, but like the price I said like Ellie, and that's like probably gonna be like for all my dice. It's gonna be like 85 euros. Yeah. Because it's just like it's like I don't know, like I don't make dice like mass produced, right? So they just take a bunch of time. Yeah. So, but let's start with the belly breathing. So how it works is you put one hand on your belly and you put one hand on your chest. Yes, 85. Like my dice are not cheap dice. Like I have to disappoint. Like whoever who a person who wants cheap dice, order them on AliExpress. Like there's a bunch of really beautiful dice. They're really cheap. I'll order them there. Like my dice are yeah, like handcrafted in Europe. So yeah. I have like they're more expensive to make for me than to buy off of AliExpress. Like literally, like the ingredients for dice making are more expensive than like just a set of dice from AliExpress, which is finished with all the like the like hand like the actual work of a person included. Yeah. Like resin, silicone, all of that stuff's pretty expensive. So yeah, I can't like. It's like there's no way I can compete with prices from there. It's just there's no way. Yeah. So, coming back to belly breathing though. So you put one hand on your chest, you put one hand on your belly. And essentially how you use this in a situation where you need it is you want to do like 10 breaths. And whenever like you count while breathing, and whenever you lose track of the number or you're unsure about the number or you noticed your like brain and your thoughts were just like pulling away from you, you start again from 0 and count back up. That way, you only ever reach 10 when you're actually calm and your mind doesn't run away from you anymore. This can, at the beginning, take long. But with time and with doing that again, you essentially train your body on this exercise. And then this exercise is gonna become way more like easy and useful actually. Because your body's gonna realize, oh, this is what we do. So we're gonna calm down now. It's actually gonna help you and cooperate with you in calming down. So in a weird way, it's a future investment. So one hand on your belly, one hand on your chest. And you try to breathe in a way where the hand on your belly is being pushed out and the hand on your chest is staying the same. So you don't want to breathe in like this. But you only want to breathe in your stomach and like push your stomach out. And then when breathing out, you push your lips together a bit and give like some resistance with that, so that you breathe out really like long and slow. And this is how belly breathing works. So this is what we're gonna do now. And just try to calm down. Notice what's going on in your body. Notice how your body feels. If your legs feel tired and hurt, maybe. If you have muscle pain. You might have like a dry mouth and need to drink some. Just try to see what you can notice. And try to notice where your thoughts are going. What apparently is going on inside you. Just be curious and try to, have some awareness. No. Now we're gonna start with stretching. Or essentially moving. So you might have noticed that your body feels a little stiff in some areas. Or maybe a little tired. Maybe hurts a bit from sitting. Or something like this. And that's what we sort of now attend to. So wherever you felt like, oh, your body is a bit stiff, or there needs to be some like blood flow going, just move in that way. Move in a way that feels good, wakes your body up. Hi, Fully. I'm not sure what that means even. So, I don't know. Oh, I really like this one. This exercise is you just sitting on the front of your chair and then moving your hands towards the floor, which is sort of like making your lower spine and so just like your vertebrae here, giving back a little bit of mobility, which is very useful sitting for a long time. Is that teal and green fell on the shelf, not a Pokemon? Oh, this one? Oh no, there's a poll actually. Like, do you play League of Legends? Like, early TFT? Hmm. So I don't know if you've ever like I have some like emotes of that. So that might give like an impression of like how pose can like look. But you might have like I don't know if you've seen that in TFT. But it's essentially like it's a very like it's like the sort of like plushie of like League of Legends. Um so sometimes on maps they like run around or something. And it's like yeah, it's this like white, light blue, fluffy ball with horns and yeah, exactly. You're tired as hell today. Mm. I mean, might be a good thing to fall asleep and like go to sleep early, or just do stuff which doesn't take as much energy anymore today. My vibes are too hyper for you. Alright, fully. See you around. You just walked way too much. I see. Now by stretching down, I've started to be able to touch my feet. Oh, nice. Let's go. I got busy doing something. I assume you're ending. My favorite part was when you shared your experience about your pops in case you asked about favorite part of stream. That's actually perfect timing because now we're starting with All Stars. So I'm glad. Why was it your favorite part when I might ask? Oh damn. Don't have Vandal. Mm. I really like talking about D&D. um, mm, I really enjoy that so many people were here at the start. Like Grumpy was here and Ellie. And so many people like came in like right at the start. That was really cool. Like sort of within like the first half hour. I really enjoyed the topic about toxic relationships and sort of like resentment in relationships. I think that was really, I don't know, that was a really big topic for me. And I don't know, because I think it's such an important topic to understand that it's like really not even only about the other person, but that it's just like for us, if we stay in these like toxic environments, that's not the place where we want to be. That's not the way we give ourselves an actual chance at meeting like the people we want to have in our lives. Yeah. When we're talking about birthdays, I'm glad no one. That talk was also really cool, yeah. Mm. Yeah, I understand. I feel like today I shared like quite a lot of like my experiences. So I'm glad that that this was like a positive thing. I'm ending the stream right now, so I didn't yet, but I mean we can like. Do you want to get butter chicken again? Like if we get butter chicken again, I want to make naan. Okay. See ya. Okay, so apparently we're gonna get butter chicken again. Are we studying that time and then someone else guest came somewhere? I see. Well, like we're gonna like we're actually like we're only gonna eat butter chicken. Like we're not gonna make it, but I'm gonna make naan again. Yeah. I like talking about your birthday too. Gives us hope that our version can improve. I didn't know that birthdays held such a big meaning, actually. I feel like you all should start celebrating your birthdays and make like a party and invite people. Maybe we will get to that point. The message about birthdays? No, I answered them. But yeah, since this was like the second one, I was like, no, damn. Like the birthday topic was a favorite. For like multiple people, actually. Or like, which message do you mean? So, yeah. Yeah, I feel like today it can be quite hard for some people to actually, I don't know, have the initiative to then show up. But I think it's good when we start that tradition again. Then it's gonna become easier for everybody. No, I remember that message. I'm just... It was like, we had like so many topics that I didn't go into too in depth about this. But yeah, in a way, like, I feel like this is also like represented in the way how I feel about life, right? That like life is still in a way about surviving. And yeah, I think in that sense you can definitely like also celebrate your birthday like this. But yeah, it's not a thing which is like too much on my mind in that moment. Mm. I mean, it makes them also important, which is also good. I think the context as to like how birthdays are important like really depends on like the life you lived, right? So I feel like, I don't know, I was never like too worried to actually not have another year. But I think for someone who has your history in Avandra, this is really true. And I think it's also a beautiful meaning. Yeah. I feel like definitely like we should take some of that energy to the daily life of like being proud of yourself, that you made it and like how you made it, right? So I think it's not necessarily like a bad motivation, right? Like, because it also sort of like, it also means there's like hope for life, right? And like hope for a good life. And that's something good, right? Because hope sometimes can be hard, but it's really important. I'm glad tainted wisdom. So life is a box of chocolates. Hi Luna, you're coming right before we're gonna start with the raid. I'm sorry. Like we're literally like I already like typed the message. So yep. Toughing. But I hope to see you, Luna, and you, John, again next time. Maybe a little earlier. You're welcome. Don't worry. So I'm gonna like start the raid message, and then I invite you all to my Discord. And if anybody ever wants to support me, but also get something for that, you can check out my store. And if you want to rewatch any of the VODs of this stream because you might have missed something or just want to watch more of my content, This is my YouTube channel, and we upload I upload all the VODs of the streams there, so you can always come back and listen to it again if you need to. We maintain the numbering, so if you want to come back to a specific episode, it's easier to have in mind which one is which. You're so emotional right now. I mean, you can try the belly breathing or just stretching. But you can also try to just stay with these emotions for a bit. Stay how they feel. And because being emotional doesn't need to be bad, right? It doesn't need to be scary. So have fun at gyms, and good